Good morning, members. The committee is resumed. When we suspended last night, we were debating part 1 of the Anti-Money Laundering and Countering Financing of Terrorism Supervisor Levy and Other Matters Amendment Bill. This is the debate on clauses 4 to 35, amendments to the Principal Act. The question again is that part 1 stand part.
Madam Chair.
Aotearoa Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last night we had a really helpful back and forth with the Minister around what kind of transactions would be covered by reporting entities and by people who may report suspicious activity. And it was very helpful to hear from the Minister that the provision at 40A, I think she referred to, and at her new 7B, Roman 1, came from feedback from the industry. So interested in this power for people who may report suspicious activity and whether that should be a requirement on them. The question, 67A in the original Act, is the powers that result to things like gold, silver, jewellery. You might envision a situation with shops that are trading in physical goods where a person is transacting large amounts of money but over a longer period of time, then, one transaction might give rise to suspicion. My question was for the Minister. That's not what I'd anticipated, because the old Act does provide for provisions that relate to trade in gold and silver, but this may report suspicious activity wasn't, I thought, a higher requirement or something that a requirement would be put on the sellers of these to provide information to the supervisor around suspicious activity. So can she just clarify whether her new 40A steps back the requirement on sellers of these goods to report suspicious transactions, or whether that is a new power that provides a way into the scheme, which is, I think, what she said last night. My other question, Madam Chair, is around her new Section 7. We were on Roman 2 last night when we were, the questions are around whether, at what point are we capturing the suspicious activity in a transaction that relates to one of these things which is mentioned in the actual illegal act. Any transaction which is covered by those acts is illegal. The AML provisions step further into those transactions where you might need to report something that is suspicious, or you might need to report something which would lead to illegal activity but is not in itself illegal. But the wording of 7 Roman 2 seems to be now a higher standard than what it was. Reasonable grounds to suspect, and just these offences is a broader definition than simply a suspicious activity. The natural meaning of suspicious activity is being limited here to things which you have a reasonable grounds to suspect are leading to those illegal activities. What is the extra power here is the question, because anything that, any sort of transaction which you reasonably suspected was to aid transactions which were prohibited transactions under the Misuse of Drugs Act, like dealing, would be illegal in and of themselves. So what is it extra here that is being asked of people who are either reporting entities or these extra people who are dealing in the things which are set out at 67A of the original Act? Because I think where we got to last night was a little bit of a better understanding about those things, those acts being the things that will give rise to the grounds for suspicion, but not necessarily what is extra from stepping back into a transaction or stepping after a transaction has occurred for the proceeds of a crime. Both of those parts of the transaction are meant to be captured by international obligations under anti-money laundering arrangements that we make with the rest of the world, are our obligations that are owed to the international community being met here by what I think is a tightening up of the definition of suspicious activity.
I'm sorry, Minister. I just point out to members that we're not very tolerant of repetition. I note that member asked a very similar question last night. But if the Minister is happy to take a call.
Thank you.
The Honourable Nicole McKee.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And I was about to say that I think I did cover this all last night, but I'll just give a little bit more if it helps the member. There is now the requirement that if somebody presents with over $10,000 to purchase something, a suspicious activity report now needs to be filled out. Now, before that $10,000 limit was put in, a lot of these agencies were already giving suspicious activity reports, but once we had the $10,000 limit, they weren't required to do so. So effectively, we are putting in the ability for these agencies to be able to continue to deliver a suspicious activity report. And it won't expand on obligations for the current reporting entities. As I mentioned, it was requested by industry to give examples of some of the businesses that might be caught up in this, include auction houses like Turner's, for example, or any dealership for either new or used motor vehicles. But mainly we have changed this purely because industry had asked for it. These people used to be able to give SARs, the suspicious activity reports. We're basically saying if they want to continue to do that, we're allowing them to do it. So we're not mandatorily making it that they have to, but they've requested that ability. And of course, what comes with that is the anonymity, that the ability for them to be able to report but still keep confidential their own reporting system, I guess is what we're saying. So with a suspicious activity report, they can report to the police, to the FIU, say that we've had somebody come in with $12,000 cash. We think that there is, it might be drug money, but we're going to report it, and then we will just step back because it will ensure through a SAR that their details are kept confidential, therefore keeping them safe. So this will allow more people, as I mentioned last night, to be able to give those SARs to the FIU.
Ruben Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's good to have the further opportunity today to continue to work our way through this bill, particularly in the context of it being one of two bills and there being the potential for items covered in either to be conflated or confused through the process. So it is good, and I thank the Minister for both her time last evening and in the limited time we had to get started on working through this, the second of the two bills, but also to continue stepping through that this morning, and appreciating your guidance, Madam Chair, on needing to maintain the forward momentum and moving through the bill rather than duplicating questions. So on that note, I'm really keen to move forward down into Clause 11, which deals with the amendments to the annual AMLCFT report, and specifically looking at 3D, where it speaks to providing any sector-specific information required by the AMLCFT supervisor under rules made under section 156B. And the question here really is around the sector-specific terminology and whether there's a risk or a potential risk here in allowing reporting entities to not in effect write their own reports, but potentially to create the reporting structure by which they'll be held accountable. And obviously, if you were dealing only with good operators, then that wouldn't be a risk at all, or the risks would be far more minimal. But the nature of this bill, which is to comply with those international obligations we have, but also to ensure that we are creating a framework that catches and prevents money laundering and illegal transactions and transacting, then the concern would be that if you've got a less than fully honest or a dishonest operator, the ability for them to provide that sector-specific information could potentially unfairly weight the scenario to their benefit, and therefore could make it very difficult for the bill to capture their activity with any degree of illegality, because they know their area of operation better than anybody else, and they have effectively structured the rules and guidelines around how they're going to operate, but also, more importantly, how that's going to be monitored or measured or breaches enforced. So really the question to the Minister on that is, has any what thought has gone into preventing that happening around that provision of sector-specific information by the sectors affected by this clause in the bill? Is there a monitoring or review provision there to keep a watch on that specific element of this bill? And was there any specific advice received around whether that was adequate framework to not just detect, because that would be a retrospective step, but to actually stop people being able to evade this component of the bill, this function of the bill, by creating, in effect, their own report card that they can comply with, but that allows them to continue activity that would be legal or less than desirable.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable Nicole McKee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The reporting structure is going to be set by the DIA, and the annual reporting requirements are currently prescribed within regulations. So this amendment is going to allow greater flexibility for the supervisor to issue rules in areas where it's different or better information might be required. So the DIA may add in sector-specific rules depending on what that sector is. So, for example, if we think about the virtual currency area, that's always evolving. So it's allowing the DIA to be able to set rules as things change. The reporting entities themselves cannot pick and choose what they will be reporting on. It will be set by the DIA, and they may alter those requirements by sector. So they might say the banks, for example, might have one rule that they have to abide by, and a lawyer might have something else because they're dealing with it is a little bit different. So it's allowing the DIA to be able to move these rules as things around us, modernisation of organised crime and how quickly they manoeuvre also changes.
Madam Chair.
Carl Bates.
I move that debate on this question now close.
That's very optimistic of you, Mr. Bates. Not quite there yet. Reverend Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll confess to being an optimist too, and an optimist who wants to continue the forward momentum through the bill, but at this stage, as far as Part 1, Clause 13, which is where we get into the subject matter around the Chief Executive of AML-CFT supervisor may make codes of practice. So specifically here, it's wanting to look at the 3A and B of Clause 13. So what we've got here is, for context, the purpose of Code of Practice is to provide a statement of practice that assists reporting entities to comply with their obligations under this Act, regulations, notices and rules. So then we step into 3, where it says, before making a Code of Practice, the Chief Executive must consult, and then struck out is any persons or representatives of the persons that the Chief Executive thinks will be substantially affected by the Code of Practice. That has been replaced now with 3A, which reads, the persons or bodies that the Chief Executive considers may be affected by the proposed code of practice. So I think the shift from thinks to considers in and of itself could be argued immaterial, but it is a change. So I guess I'm curious to know what the thinking is behind the change of shifting that from thinks to considers. Is that something that came through in official guidance? Is that, in the Minister's opinion, a weakening or a strengthening of the regulation or the new clause? But also here, there's the addition of 3B, which lists the Minister. So adds the Minister into being... but that the Chief Executive must consult the Minister. And so for me, that's an interesting change, because that puts it could be argued that puts the Minister in a position of, depending on the number of codes of practice, but in a position of needing to, I wouldn't use the words micromanage, but potentially needing to be consulted a lot more than they would have under the previous terminology. But it also puts the Minister in a position of needing to be across all of the detail all of the time, because it's spelt out in black and white in the legislation that they have to be across that. And that also runs the risk of slowing that process down. And the issue there would be that, as the Minister has explained in previous answers this morning, the need for this legislation to be nimble and efficient and effective, to keep pace with the speed of change that we're seeing both in trading and in technology. So adding this extra step and this additional ministerial responsibility does, in my mind, pose the risk that the legislation is therefore less nimble and less able to pivot to meet the rapid pace of change that we're seeing and likely to see an increase in. So the question to the Minister there is, does the Minister think that will slow down the ability for legislation to be match fit in a rapidly changing environment? And more broadly, I guess, where did the notion of adding the Minister into the list of entities that needed to be consulted, where did that come from? Was that a thought of the Minister's, or was that something that came through in official advice? And really, a detailed question, but a drafting question here as to why 3A and B needed to sit separately, and whether or not the Minister could simply have been added as in addition to the list of 3A. So by singling out the Minister and making it separate standalone, it certainly caught my eye when I worked my way through questions in the legislation, and I'm sort of curious to know why that needs to sit out and separate from 3A, where it could simply have just been an additional word at the end. So those questions on that clause.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Nicole McKee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, Madam Chair, I'll just take this opportunity, first of all, to speak to Amendment Paper 573, which is on the table. It's the only amendment paper that I've put in place here. Just to explain that this amendment paper is taking some clauses that were in the bill that we discussed last evening out of that bill and placing them into this bill. So it was a transfer of clauses from one bill into another, and effectively it's removing some aspects that are in regulations because we are putting them into the Act as whole. So I thought I'd just explain what Amendment Paper 573 is from the government that's been put up. In speaking to the members' questions on Clause 13, having a minister involved with oversight is not an unusual thing, but I think most importantly that this is about the codes, so the guidance, and the guidance is not going to be binding on people, it is just guidance. So these are the codes of practice, and they'll remain in secondary legislation. They won't come forward into the Act because they need to be movable. And where did this come from? Well, I'm advised that the Select Committee amended consultation requirements in order to make it consistent and simpler. As the codes are not binding instruments, then they are closer to the guidance. So amendments that you will have seen within this paper actually came out of the Select Committee, and I thank them for their consideration and making the bill simpler as a result.
Aaron Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the Minister bringing the House's attention to her amendment paper, slotting into a new 17A. The censures, she's right, I've had a look at where they were in the creature of regulation that they might have been if you were a body like FMA, but obviously one new supervisor needs a legislatively empowered single exercise of its soft power to give instructions. What that's like, though, is really different across lots of different public entities, and I'm keen to understand that from her. What were these modelled on? Are these like IR's powers? Are they more like Privacy Commissioner's powers? Because they're not censures that have an associated enforcement infringement fee or a fine. They don't seem to have like a public record element either. Often a feature of censure notices or advice binding guidance is that it is public, and so there is a precedent setting element of it that makes it fair, and it builds public trust in them. Is that what's intended here? Because if that's, that could be something that's intended here, but that would be provided for in the regulation. And a second species of question about these censures is, what were they before? Is this tidying up a problem in the regulation in that we did have either Reserve Bank or DAA, but I suspect it was FMA, providing guidance to businesses that wasn't necessarily empowered by a piece of primary legislation about AML compliance. And in the case which I've raised with her, where a fintech was notified multiple times, what were those notifications if they weren't censures? What was the legal status of those? And are we tidying up a problem in the law here, which is real, that if you have an agency giving guidance, somebody on the receiving end of that guidance should be able to clearly see whether that is binding, whether it's enforceable, whether it constitutes an infringement. And we get ourselves into the same sort of issue here, because I can't see that her new powers create a sort of stick element with the carrot of being offered some helpful guidance, and I want her to help me to understand, is that coming in the regulation, or are these meant to be a soft power, in which case what other agency has a similar power that she's based these on?
Madam Chair.
The Honourable Nicole McKee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The clauses 17A and 17B is creating a new supervisory power to censure. And this is because we were effectively seeing that we will create guidance, expect the agencies to operate within those guidelines, but if they don't, then, as the member had pointed out, where was the stick? And the stick is the ability to censure in writing with those agencies that are not complying. So the supervisor would be able to issue a notice of intention to issue a censure, and the person who receives it will have 10 working days in which to respond to that. What formal warnings that we've had do not have much of that deterrent impact, but the next layers of the court-ordered enforcement options significantly do. So I don't know so much if it's more softly. I would see it more along the lines of DIA will be coming out, they'll be issuing guidance. We need to allow the agencies the ability to figure out how to work within that guidance, and if they're not, issue a censure, and if they continue to not fulfil their obligations, then there can be court-ordered structure after that. So it's more about just helping them get through what it is that they need to do in order to comply.
Aaron Williams.
Thank you. Just a quick question on that. So is this intended to relate to licensing requirements then? Is it the case that someone who has been censured might lose their licence to operate? Say the FMA might have already given the fintech in question 2 different kinds of operating licences. Is it professional conduct rather than infringements that you're relying on, and so you might assume that the regulations would then tie that to licensing? Or is it the case that someone could have been censured 5 times in the same year and would still be able to operate under a licence C?
Madam Chair.
Honourable Nicole McKee.
It's a very good point that the member raises, and the Select Committee raised something similar. They basically said that they had concerns that censures are typically penalties that follow evidential findings on conduct, and so they wanted the provision amended to instead introduce censures as a separate sanction with a robust process for issuance, and that takes into account the natural justice requirements, but the formal warnings will also still stay in place. So we have made these amendments based again on excellent Select Committee suggestions.
Madam Chair.
Ruben Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister for those answers on those previous questions. Continuing to move through and coming to Part 1, Clause 20, where we go through the functions, and just to step through these, because there are a number of functions that the AML-CFT supervisor needs to take, and I just wanted to step through each of these and have some questions specifically about those. So the first being 131A is to monitor and assess the level of risk of money laundering and the financing of terrorism, including through providing risk assessments and intelligence to the Commissioner and reporting entities. That seems to make sense, but we're looking at all of this sort of shopping list of responsibilities that previously were held by 3 entities and are now going to be the responsibility of a single entity. So there's kind of, as we step through these responsibilities, there's two questions. The first being, how do these differ, or do they differ from the previous responsibilities of the 3 entities? And secondly, when you merge and reword a number of responsibilities, there is always a risk that the inclusion, that some may have failed to be included, or that the rewording or restructuring of those responsibilities and the way in which they are accounted for changes the interpretation or the reality of what is included in the, for want of a better term, shopping list of responsibilities. So to move to 131B, monitor reporting entities for compliance with this Act and regulations, and for this purpose to develop and implement a supervisory program. C, provide timely and up-to-date guidance to reporting entities to assist compliance with this Act, regulation and rules. D, investigate reporting entities and enforce compliance. The member
can assume that we can read these.
Okay, excellent. That is great. So then the questions really are around the inclusions in clauses A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I and J. And the question to come back to it, which I framed at the top of this contribution, was how do these differ from what was previously accounted for, given that the 3 entities that covered those are now, it was previously 3 separate functions, it's now rolled into 1. So how does that differ? What assurance does the Minister have that nothing has fallen out in that consolidation process? And also, what wording changes are there that could potentially cause confusion or provide opportunity for someone to claim confusion in their interpretation of what is included in this bill?
Madam Chair.
Honourable Nicole McKee.
Well, when we're trying to cut red tape and make things easier, we certainly don't want any confusion. So I feel confident that we have mitigated that within this bill. The status quo still stands within this clause, but there have been 3 additions that have been made for this single supervisor. The additions include direction that the guidance for reporting entities should be timely and up to date and assist with their ability to comply with the law. A requirement to engage with industry to identify and mitigate unintended consequences that the member spoke to before of the entire AML CFT system, and mandating to assist New Zealand to meet its international requirements under the AML CFT regime as well. So just those 3 additions, everything else is still the status quo, just moved into the single supervisor.
Ruben Davidson.
Thank you to the Minister for that excellent answer. Moving into clause 21.5, here it talks about 5BA, require any person who the AML CFT supervisor reasonably expects has knowledge of a possible contravention of this act or regulation to attend a meeting. So what we're talking about here is actions that can be taken for non-compliance. And what I'm wanting to, I guess, get a sense of here is what the degree of power that this bill provides is. So the first part, BA, speaks about this act compels the person to attend a meeting, including via an audio or audio-visual link. So that could be as simple as a telephone call or a Teams or Zoom or whatever is the video format of the day, with the supervisor to answer any of their questions that they have around the records and documents, or to provide the additional information that the investigator would need in this instance to see whether there's, where there's smoke, there's fire, or whether this is a nothing to see here scenario. But I guess there is a risk here that, or the question, really one of the questions from me around this point is, what happens in the instance and what powers does the bill give the supervisor in an instance where the person is requested to meet and declines that request? What would be the next step, and what power does this bill give the supervisor for non-compliance? Another scenario would be that a meeting is agreed to and attended, but the questions are incompletely answered, and the provision of proper records and documents isn't met in the opinion of the supervisor. What would the next steps be at that point? And in 5BA, it goes on to say that the request would be to provide any other information that the supervisor considers necessary or desirable for the purposes of performing or exercising its functions, powers or duties. So again, what would happen if the person being asked to provide that information disagreed and said, yes, I have that information, but I'm not prepared to share it? If they didn't attend a meeting at all, or if they didn't respond to requests for a meeting, what power does the supervisor have? Can they summons that person to a meeting? Is it equivalent to a summons power? Do they need to take proceedings elsewhere to compel that person to come to a meeting? So the question really is around what tools and powers does this give the supervisor to both make requests for meetings, what steps can they take if those requests are ignored or if those meetings are not attended, and then what happens within that environment if the person or organisation or persons refuses or is unable to provide the information requested, and then what would a scenario be in that example where someone says, yes, I have that, but I'm not going to provide it? Or if someone's more of a sort of shoebox receipt keeper, and I would hope that not many people are these days, but if that was the example, what would happen if the person had goodwill and intent but was unable to provide sufficient evidence as requested by the supervisor through a lack of attention to their own accounting records? So really, in each of those scenarios, what powers does this bill give the supervisor to address the questions that I've raised around that new section?
Madam Chair.
Honourable Nicole McKee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think if you look at Clause 21, Section 132, it's amending the powers. Of course, there is consequence if you give powers that are not able to be fulfilled. But the scenarios that the member has put to me are operational scenarios that I certainly cannot answer sitting here because you don't know what the scenario might be. But I think what would be perhaps important for the member is the improvements, again, that came from the Select Committee in result of this. So they were a little bit worried as well about people being compelled to have to answer in a situation where a supervisor might just turn up. And so the Select Committee requested, and we have added into here, the ability for that individual to have a lawyer present at the meeting and be able to end the meeting at any point. So that sort of speaks to what the member was asking about. What if a person just says, no, I don't want to give you that information? Well, we're allowing them to end a meeting. We're allowing them to have a lawyer so that they can be represented. But I can't speak to exactly what the scenario will be because I don't know what the situation is. And it won't be a one-size-fits-all. But the powers allowing the supervisor to be able to request the meeting, this needs to happen very fast. We are all aware that dirty money moves very quickly through our systems and can leave the country very quickly as well. So allowing these powers allows the supervisor to be able to hopefully stop money leaving the country, especially if it's been taken out of people's bank accounts. And then how they work within that will depend on the actual scenario that they're facing and what information has or has not been garnered.
Madam Chair.
Arana Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Useful contributions about this sort of search powers that start here from 21 through, and there are a few questions about this. The Minister's right to point to the work of the Select Committee on this, which, getting this right will be really important to the longevity of the scheme. One of the difficulties in this is that the codes do the bulk of the work, and so you've got search powers which are associated with codes, which, any contravention of the code, so anything that later unelected people can decide is in contravention of the Act, then gives rise to requirements powers. They're not summons powers, but they're requiring someone to come to a meeting and then to be searched, is something that we should legislate for. Every party in the House agrees that we need a very robust regime, but we should do it in full cognizance of what we are creating here, which is a regime where codes give rise to search and to seizure. So that is why we are particularly interested in this, and a good going over with the Minister is called for. On 21.8, her new 3A, I want to understand what the extent of the access to records and documents there is, whether it's, firstly, any person can be required to hand over documents, but does that mean any person who is reasonably connected to those documents, or to whom does this apply in, say, a banking situation where you have some staff who are professionally engaged in compliance with AML? That they are one category of, obviously they are included, and then you have one staff of category who are engaged in client-facing work where they collect records, and that is probably they are included. And then there are staff who are not engaged in either compliance or client-facing work. They are probably not included. What is the scope of who can be requested to requisition documents? And then my next question is around the regulation-making powers. I just want the Minister simply to answer, can the regulations also prescribe a punishment? So the regulations can set out very, very broad category of things. We've gone over that with the Minister. It's her 64. So there is no punishment for not coming to a meeting, and there's no punishment for not making available these documents in a timely fashion, but in the primary legislation. But the codes do allow for the setting of rules in relation to the rest of the Act. That's important because they're not specifically set out in the primary legislation as something that we anticipate the codes to do, but the sort of general catch-all nature of the codes means that you can anticipate if this did become a problem in future. You can imagine if it became market practice not to come, when required to come to a meeting, or it's just something that slipped in the situation that the Minister has outlined when money is moving fast and timing is of the essence, that the requirement sort of lagged in market to 2 days, 3 days when we're actually talking about minutes and hours. Would it be the case that that the regulator, the DIA, could establish in the code either hard punishments related to not coming along to these meetings or answering the phone, or soft punishments, which were more associated with a higher administrative burden for other positive access to the scheme that is required for licensees?
Madam Chair.
Honourable Nicole McKee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In answer to the member's first question, require any person reasonably suspected, that is any person. That is any person at all that the supervisor feels may have some knowledge of transactions or what's occurring. And the reason why it's any person is you might have a business and you might have an outside business such as a law firm or an accountant or someone else who may hold information and not even realising that there is crime occurring. So we need to be able to access any person. The ability to compel a meeting is common, and it has similar regulators. For example, the Financial Markets Authority in Section 25 of the FMA Act 2011, also the Commerce Commission at Section 98(1)(c) of the Commerce Act 1986 also have it, that the supervisor must inform any person questioned under the new power of their right not to answer as well. And of course we put in those other pieces around it, allowing a lawyer and a person to be able to end a meeting. The member asked whether or not punishment could be put in the regulations. The answer to that is no. Punishment will not be put into guidance either. It's an expectation, it's guidance. It's guidance telling industry how they can operate within the law, how they can cut some red tape, mitigate risk, and what risk it is that they're able to mitigate. It's not coming in over the top and saying, and if you don't do this, you shall be punished. That will be set out somewhere else. And of course, the punishment can be anywhere. The punishment can also be under the Crimes Act. The New Zealand Police may enforce that, and that's why it's difficult for me to answer absolute specifics, because we have a wide variety of avenues for the supervisor to go down, including the newly acquired censure that they will be able to issue. Instead of going straight to police, they'll be able to work their way through and give knowledge to the industry as well.
Madam Chair.
Ruben Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And moving through and into Clause 23, new Section 133A, and there's a heading here, power to enter dwelling houses, and this one really is interesting to me because it says that the supervisor must not enter a dwelling house to conduct an on-site inspection except, and it goes on to explain the circumstances in which that will be possible, the consent of the occupier or the granting of a warrant. That's not the part that I'm really questioning. The part that I'm questioning is around the use of this term dwelling house, and that's for a number of reasons. So to me, and I'm not a lawyer, but to me dwelling house would suggest you're talking about a place of residence. And if we look at conventional and established business practice, then we could rightly argue that people work in offices and live in houses. I've lived in all sorts of different houses. I've never called any of them a dwelling house. I've also at times worked from home. So I've often been based at home doing any number of different roles or jobs, at which point you could have argued that there was as much resource material and information in my possession in my dwelling house, if that's what we decided to call it, as there would have been in my office. At times, there's in fact been more information available about what I'm doing and what I'm working on in my home than there has been in what would conventionally have been called my office or my workspace. Now, the other thing that this doesn't account for is in in a world where and in a country where we have a huge number of and massively high proportion of small and medium enterprises and businesses and startups, that there will be a number of people who live and work in the same space, either because they're working from home or because in some cases they may buy or rent a facility that provides a space to work downstairs and a space to live upstairs, or vice versa. It doesn't matter which floor they live and work on, but that can be a cohabitated space. So is that a dwelling house, or is that an office, or is that a factory, or is that a plant? The other thing is that in a world where we increasingly can carry around in our pocket access to and as much information as you could potentially need to mount an investigation, you could also argue that at times someone's car or someone's backpack has as much information and as much access to the kind of information you would want to be investigating or prosecuting a potential breach of this Act. The Minister has spoken about the speed at which this happens, and I don't think any of us are in any doubt about the need for speed, to use that terrible slogan, but in instances like this, the need to be able to move quickly. Now, dwelling house to me doesn't say future-proof legislation. It feels to me like a very clunky old-fashioned term which risks excluding a number of locations, sites and opportunities to be able to access and find the information that could be key to being the handbrake, to use another word oft used in this house, the handbrake on that speedy process of transacting. So the concern for me would be that the term dwelling house doesn't sufficiently capture the number of places and spaces that information may be readily available and could be the missing piece in the puzzle. So really the question is why the choice of the term dwelling house, whether the Minister gave any consideration or whether there were any other recommendations for better terminology or language, whether you could argue that a car could be a dwelling house if you are potentially living in your car or working out of your car. People, as one of my colleagues points out, there are a number of people, working people, living in cars in New Zealand at this point in history. So would that be counted as a dwelling house? Would their car and the contents of their car be excluded under this legislation? By what I'm reading, you could argue that it is. So really the definition and whether there's any consideration to how many environments this definition excludes from the reach of the supervisor.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable Nicole McKee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dwelling houses are known throughout several pieces of legislation. So we use dwelling house because it's already used and it's there for consistency. But it would only be used after other approaches have been tried. For example, a request to produce documents that's then denied. There would be the ability to go into the dwelling house. It would not be reasonable if the same information was available at a non-residential location. So there has to be reasonableness about entering into a dwelling house. All other locations except marae are already included. The dwelling house previously had been excluded and it shouldn't have been. So this makes it clear that the only exception now is actually a marae. That's the only exceptional place. And I do note once again that the select committee actually looked into this, queried about whether or not they needed to make it more robust and decided that they were happy with where it landed and there was no need to change it.
Lawrence Sunan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to move on to the next section, which is Clause 26. I think this particular part is quite a meaty chunk of the legislation, and it's to do with the National Strategy and Work Programme. I want to check with the Minister first that with the new system, the Minister in the chair is the Minister in charge of AMLCFT, but the agency that's now, or the ministry that's in charge is DIA. What I couldn't see in the definition of minister and ministry, AMLCFT, is what happens when the minister, for example, is not the minister for DIA. How would that work in terms of in this case, are you the minister that's referred to in clause 26, new section 149A, the minister must adopt a national strategy and etc. And how would you then interact with DIA if the minister relevant to AML CFT is not the minister for DIA? So that's my first question. The second question is I'll stick to this one because I have questions later on around the levies, which is also a big part of this bill. But my second question for the time being is in clause 149C, it talks about duty to review national strategy after financial action task force evaluation. Spoke about this briefly, and then in the regular impact statement, there is the idea that the next mutual evaluation in 2028. Would I assume that then the review is after that particular period, so after 2028?
Madam Chair.
Honourable Nicole McKee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, the member, for his first question for the morning. Yes, the Minister in charge will be the Minister in charge of AML CFT, and that currently sits under the Ministry of Justice. Those that are doing the operational work will sit under DIA. They are the group. It's just the same as when there were three supervisors, the Financial Markets Authority, Reserve Bank and DIA, it still sat under a minister who was involved in justice, because we are talking about dirty money here. We're just utilising a different agency to enforce the law. With the mutual evaluation, yes, and the reason why we're going to review it is because once we've had that mutual evaluation, there may be considerations that we have to make changes, and so we want to have a look at what will the evaluation tell us, that we're on the right pathway, that we could improve it by doing something else. And so that's why we will have an evaluation of the strategy, how it's working, based upon the mutual evaluation that FADF give us, that begins 2027-28 is when we will have that evaluation. And once we've received it, that's when we will then start to look at the strategy and say, have we nailed it? Have we met our international obligations? Is there anything that we need to change?
Lawrence Sunan.
Madam Chair, thank you, Minister, for that response. Can I just check, because one of the things the Minister mentioned yesterday is the fourth piece of legislation that's coming is going to be, and before the mutual evaluation 2028, but it's coming possibly next year. Would there be sufficient time for the strategy to be implemented and embed, and then the mutual evaluation?
Madam Chair.
Honourable Nicole McKee.
I'm advised, yes, that there will be. As long as we don't muck around and actually get these passed any time really soon, would help the country with their mutual evaluation.
Madam Chair.
Tom Rutherford.
I move that debate on this question now close.
I think there is still some areas of this bill that can be explored. Sorry, main brain fade. Dan Roseburn, sorry, my apologies, member.
So my first question in the House since being sworn in again, and it's definitely interesting not being worried about closure motions, but actually going through this bill. And I want to thank the Minister for her detailed questions and rounding out the understanding of the bill. Now, clause 26 prompted my interest, especially with the Green contribution over there. So I have a similar line of questioning. Introducing sections 149A to 149D, it essentially creates a new strategic backbone for the AML CFT regime. You know, it's a national strategy adopted by the Minister, followed by a regulatory work program issued by the Ministry. And this is, you know, significant overdue reform. For too long, AML CFT settings have evolved in a piecemeal fashion, often driven by external evaluations or operational pressures rather than, you know, a coherent domestic strategy. A published national strategy provides clarity of direction and prioritisation of risks, which is good for holding agencies to account. And the requirement to consult affected persons before adopting the strategy and issuing the work program is particularly important in my view. It acknowledges that the AML CFT obligations have real economic and social impacts, and that effective compliance depends on early engagement. However, the success of this framework will depend on substance, not form, and a strategy that is aspirational but vague will not provide any meaningful guidance. And likewise, a work program that lists activities without timelines, ownership or cost implications, will not deliver that transparency. And there's also an important constitutional dimension. While the national strategy may direct agencies, it must not undermine the statutory independence, particularly that the Commissioner of Police, as explicitly recognised in section 149A(4). So in my mind, the House should therefore view these provisions as accountability mechanisms, and if done well, that will anchor the supervisor's expanded powers in a publicly visible plan that Parliament, reporting entities and the public can actually scrutinise. So my questions is around what level of detail does the government expect the national strategy to contain regarding priorities and sequencing, and how will progress against the regulatory work program be reported to Parliament beyond the summary publication requirement? Thank you.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable Nicole McKee.
Welcome back to the member, and thank you for your first question back in the House. The national strategy is done in such a way that because we are levying industry, we want them to be a part of the solution. So we're basically saying we're going to levy you, but what do you need to make it work well for you? And so these new sections, 149, A, D, E, F, they're all setting out the fact that we need to have a national strategy that is agreed to by industry in order to move forward. Section 49D requires the Ministry of Justice to issue a regulatory work program in order to implement the strategy. New Section 49E requires the Ministry of Justice to report annually, and that on their work program and the levy, and sets key elements of each annual report. And I, again, will go back to the Select Committee and thank them for the work that they did here. They actually wanted to have a clause within the bill that details where the money is being spent, how it's being spent, so that there is accountability. And new Section 49F requires the Ministry to review the levy funding 3 years after the levy regulations are made or significantly amended, so we can see whether or not we've landed in the right spot. The contributions from different industry are the right amounts, but more importantly, that we're able to together combat organised crime.
Ruben Davidson.
Continuing to move through the bill and thanking the Minister for that last answer, which was great, got us to where we are now. Which is clause 26.149B, and this is around the publication of a national strategy. Now, really I'm looking at this in the context of the Minister's earlier answer around the need to cut red tape, and that's a term we hear a lot from certain parts of the House, and the concern I have with that statement in the context of 149B is that it talks about adopting a national strategy under section 149A, and then it talks about amendments or replacements to the strategy and what the Minister is compelled to do. Now, A talks about presenting a copy of the strategy to the House, that's pretty straightforward, notifying the adoption, amendments or replacement in the Gazette, once again, that makes the information available, and publishing the strategy on the internet site maintained by or on behalf of the Ministry. So all of these talk to making that information available for people to find. That's good. People do need to be able to find what the national strategy is. But what it doesn't speak to, and what it seemingly omits, and so my question to the Minister is this the case, is that there doesn't appear to be a consultative process there. If your objective is to cut red tape, then surely those who would understand the frustrations or the supposed frustrations with the red tape the best are those affected parties who the red tape gets in the way of. And so without having spelling out in law that those communities need to be consulted with. The risk is that with the best of intentions, the red tape may in fact get worse, might get better, but there's really no formal consultative process with community or stakeholders that I can see spelt out in this bill that ensures that whilst the strategy is able to be published, is able to be shared, is able to be widely discoverable, it doesn't necessarily reflect, or certainly no one is compelled to ensure that it reflects the needs, the wants, the requests of the sectors that the strategy is actually for. So the question to the Minister is, if that is not part of the process in 149B, is it hidden somewhere else in the bill that I've missed? There's a very good chance that it is. If it's not hidden somewhere else in the bill, is she concerned that there isn't a facility within this bill for industry and operators to inform a strategy that is the national strategy for them? And if that's the case, is there a risk that actually the best of intentions to facilitate and make easier the administrative and compliance process for organisations and entities could in fact be more difficult by way of a national strategy that doesn't reflect the hopes, desires, dreams, requests, demands of the sector? So what facility is there for community and stakeholder engagement in the shaping of the strategy? And I guess also out of interest, what requests and via what mechanisms have asks for change come to the Minister so far? So I imagine it would be interesting to know if it's feedback from industry that has compelled this change, then what is the ongoing mechanism to capture the feedback from industry about, one, whether the change is working, and two, whether the change needs to change more in the future to be more reflective of creating a safe but de-red taped environment for those organisations and entities to operate.
Madam Chair, the Honourable Nicole McKee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can assure the member that the consultation groups involved in the national strategy have been very wide, very broad. This has been ongoing for a while. We don't usually put in legislation who exactly it is that you're going to be consulting with. I've never seen that in legislation where it's actually detailed. And if it was, I would not want it detailed in there, because we have, like I have mentioned many times, emerging technologies, emerging groups, so you want to be able to capture everybody who could be involved and need to have a say. I'm really proud of the way that the Ministry of Justice have conducted their engagement on the National Strategy Plan. They have finished their consultation with industry. They are now preparing what they think a national strategy will look like. So of course, this has been worked with industry in order to remove that red tape, and by goodness, we're certainly going to do it, and it's going to relieve a whole lot of red tape for so many New Zealanders out there who don't even realise that they've been caught up in the AML system, and at the same time strengthening those agencies to be able to conduct business and open it up a bit better for them. So they are involved, well and truly involved, and I would like to just give my appreciation to those industries, the banks, the real estate agents, the lawyers, the accountants, all those that have been involved in what will ultimately be New Zealand's best AML strategy that we've had since we've been in this regime.
Madam Chair. Todd Stevenson.
I move that debate on this question now close.
I think we are getting towards the end of this debate, but I will take some further questions as we move forward from Lawrence Unan.
Chair, I did indicate to you, Madam Chair, before that I want to move on to the levy sections. I'm looking at clause 30, new section 155A to 155D. Now, just want to check with you, Minister. This is the first time I actually seen a new acronym. Chris, I have not seen a cost recovery impact statement before. I want to check a couple of things with you. Noting in 155A3, A and B, it talks about a portion of the cost incurred by the ministry and a portion of any additional cost and full cost of collecting the levy money, which I understand. Can I just check if that is consistent with what we're seeing on page 5 of the CRIS, which is partial cost recovery the recommendations for partial cost recovery for the regulatory system rather than full cost recovery, citing that a lot of this is part of a public good, which should be factored into a budget line for an agency. I want to check with the minister if there's any work that's been done on what some of that proportion, I know that will fluctuate, but there has been any work done on what would be considered recoverable, or that portion would be considered recoverable from a private sector levy and will be considered as a baseline for the agencies itself. Now, the minister, you mentioned before that there's also going to be different, sort of like a different tiered system. And I think yesterday you mentioned that banks which has the highest risk potentially will incur the greatest levy. Can I just check if that is to be interpreted under 155A, subsection 6A, which is the regulation, for example, may specify class or classes of reporting entities that are required to pay levy. And I wanted to check if that is also consistent with what we're seeing on page 10 of the CRIS on high-level cost recovery model, which talks about individual levy amount will be set by revenue risk band. Is that something that is, although not stated explicitly, those words in the legislation, it's still the intention of the regulation that potentially is proposed on those individual levy amount based on revenue and risk band rather than a fixed percentage. Last one, this is just purely out of interest, is 155D, which says about the minister must consult the persons in 155D1, but in 155D2, it says a failure to comply with this section does not affect the validity of the regulations. I've seen that particular phrase come up a couple of times in other legislation around the making of regulations, but I want to check with the minister from a drafting perspective, what would be the difference of having one says minister must consult, and if a failure to consult, it doesn't invalidate the regulations, then if one just says the minister may consult, and that leave it up to the minister's discretion on whether consultation will happen or not. I don't know if that's just simply semantics or a drafting preference, but I thought that was an interesting observation. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In speaking to Clause 30, new sections 155, the setting of the levy and what's recoverable, yes, in answer to the member's question, 155A6A, the regulations may specify the class or classes of reporting entities that are required to pay a levy. That is where, you're quite right, it's to set out exactly what industry will be paying what percentage of the levy. What is well known, I think, across the House was in the past, the regulators, the three supervisors were unable, they didn't have the resource to be able to really capture or interrogate where dirty money was flowing, the AML system. What's become very clear in consultation is that industry have told us effectively that they are very keen to pay a levy. If it reduces red tape on people, it stops them having to do the same things. But they also said to us, could you please ensure that you fund the Financial Investigation Unit? Because that, having them and the ability for them to prosecute will also make life easier for industry. How this is going to look, I'm still waiting on that advice. Who's paying what amount, how is it going to work, what amounts are going to what cost recovery. What's very important though is that the cost recovery is reasonable, that it's not excessive and it is on the part of the public good. And I think what's very important for the member to understand is that the agencies or the levy is not paying for the entire system. Government's contribution is still there.
Yeah.
Government will still be paying for the amounts that are for the public good as well. So it's not that we're taking everything from industry and expecting them to pay. Government will continue to pay their fair share.
Anna Williams.
Mr. Chair, great to be discussing the levy, which I think is I said it was the guts of this bill, and congratulations to that Minister for bringing in these new powers for levying the industry to pay for a service which is really valuable to them. I want to ask her about 156E, that I appreciate that she is in the process of consulting on who pays and who doesn't. But this is a very broad power about then, when she has decided who pays and who doesn't, then the Chief Executive being able to exempt people who would otherwise be caught by her net. And I want to bring the Minister to that section, particularly because it is useful for the House to understand how broad that power is in this Act. There are no provisions in the primary legislation for that govern the Chief Executive in terms of either a purpose or value statement about why the Chief Executive would make an exemption or a class of transactions as an exemption. So this is not only who pays, but what kind of transactions are within the AML net is also being provided for as an exemption power here. That's a really broad power, because you would usually either have a class of persons who were operators within a system, or you would have a class of types of activities. Those are usually, the types of activities that you would prohibit in criminal sanctions are the kinds of is the way that we draw the net there. But in this case, you've got both kinds of powers for the Chief Executive to cut out of the system at a later date. That seems really broad. Is the intended design here that the Chief Executive is this merely future-proofing? And if it was just future-proofing, then it's really useful for us to understand, because if the operating environment doesn't change too much in 5 years, then you might say, well, we wouldn't expect lots of uses of these exemption powers, particularly the class exemption powers. But if they're not about future-proofing, if they are, say, because you would anticipate larger entities behaving in different ways to smaller entities, or more kinds of political pressure being exerted on a given industry, say like real estate, and more political attention being provided for real estate. Is that the intention of the class exemptions? That would be different, because, it's up to any given government of any given day to look at a particular industry and say, we think there is a real risk here and a systemic risk to our national reputation, and so we want to focus on this. But you wouldn't usually do that via a class exemption, and we've had some useful debate in this House about how you would set that national strategy to do some of those sort of values-based decision making, not via this mechanism, which is the exemptions powers. So if the Minister could give some attention to that, that would be very helpful. I also want to ask her about 156G. This also relates to the exemption powers, but it's making notices around, then parts of transactions. So I want to ask again about what is the status of those notices. Are they secondary legislation? Are they part of the code? What are they? And what is their enforceability? I have some more questions about the rule-making powers further for the levy, but we'll stop there for now.
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, the ability to issue an exemption has always been there within the law. The reality is that without guidance on how these entities are to operate, a lot of exemptions haven't actually been issued. However, since I've been in the chair as the Minister in charge of AML-CFT, we have now started to issue some exemptions. So to give the member an example, just off the top of my head, a class exemption that was given recently was to the insurance industry, for example. So it's unlikely that you're going to see dirty money laundered in trying to pay for the car insurance or the house insurance. So they had asked for an exemption for certain parts or certain activities that they have. So this is just allowing the status quo, which is to allow an exemption either as a class or perhaps for a single business. But that requirement must be met by ensuring that there are certain qualifications that are met within the application that would allow an exemption to take place. So if they don't meet those requirements, they will not be eligible for an exemption.
Carl Bates.
I move that debate on this question now close.
The member has suggested she's got some more questions. I would suggest she put them all into this.
One contribution. All right, Mr. Chair. I'll prioritise the question I had about the matters which relate to the rules. Are the matters that relate to the rules, Minister, that you've set out at your 156H, then intended to apply to the exemption notices? Because you have helpfully given us, it's not just about future-proofing, it is about values judgments and based on risk. Say at any given time the insurance industry is not in the gun. We accept that, that makes sense. So are then the powers that set out the values judgments that you'd make, and I'll bring your attention to E at the top of page 23, which is unfair advantages for reporting entities and disadvantages to others. Those are the sorts of values judgments that are made that are in the primary legislation for the setting of your codes and your national strategy. Do they relate to the exemption notices? Because the exemption notices look to me like they don't have any sort of values-based propositions for how you would grant an exemption, and yet you have access here to a set of values judgments for the codes which are helpful. I also want to ask you about the transitional provisions. The movement from the 3 regulators to 1 regulator would always have encountered some administrative difficulty, not only staff but also of data. Can we just focus on the use of the data and processes for gathering information? Is it the case in these transitional provisions that all of the data held by FMA and the Reserve Bank move over to DIA and don't trigger any oversight from that would otherwise trigger provisions from under the Privacy Act or under the Policing Act? Does information that the police hold in the FIU also get shared in this way at transition? And is it necessary for the data held by DAA in its former capacity as regulator for a part of the AML system to also transition its data? The reason I ask is because all of that probably gives rise to obligations under other acts. Does this transitional provision for data sort of exempt any other provisions arising, or is it the case that there is still potential liability arising at that point of transition?
Mr. Chair.
Honourable Minister.
The member points out, I think, paragraph E, paragraph H in 156H, which is processes for making rules and notices. So while there's some about exemptions, it's actually all about the making rules and notices within that particular section. When it comes to data sharing, I mean, there is already data sharing that occurs, and as I'd mentioned earlier, members from the Financial Markets Authority and the Reserve Bank are on the DIA team. So not only will there be information, but there's a lot of knowledge up in these heads that will still be contributing to a really robust AML CFT system that's going to cut red tape and make it easier for Kiwis to operate.
Stuart Smith.
I move the debate on this question now close.
The question is the debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima na poti whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E rima na poti whakahe.
Tāku Te Whereas.
Ko tahi te poti whakahe.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. The question is that the Minister's amendments to Part 1 set out on AP number 573 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te ko marima nā pōti whakahei.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E rima nā pōti whakahei.
Tāku Te Whiris.
Ko tahi te pōti whakahei.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. The question is that Part 1 as amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Members, we come now to Part 2, the debate on consequential amendments to other legislation, Clause 36. The question is that Part 2 stand part. Anna Williams.
Apologies, Mr Chair. Just a quick question on the Minister's new Clause 10. Are there any technical redundancies that would have arisen but for this provision? My question is about the Minister has been very helpful at outlining the value of the information in people's heads, but also the skills and expertise associated with this work. This is a niche field of practice globally, and it is hard to recruit to New Zealand for these globally important skills. Are there people who will have lost their roles given the move to DIA and a single regulator? Or is it the case that all of the expertise have been soaked up into DIA and that new team will operate just within a different part of the public service?
Mr Chair.
Honourable Nicole McKee.
Mr Chair, Clause 9 in Schedule 1 transfers both employees and information as is specified. It also, this particular Schedule 1 new Part 3 also extends provisions under the Public Service Act 2020 to affected employees at Reserve Bank and the Financial Markets Authority. The provisions are no less and no more generous than provisions that would apply to transfers between two public sector agencies.
Anna Williams.
Thank you. Appreciate the Minister's answer. At 12 and 13, is the effect of those provisions to save all of the exemptions and class exemptions that exist? Is notices under the FMA's guidance making powers, practice guidance making powers, do they all carry over, given that they now no longer have a role in the administration of the AML CFT system?
Mr Chair, I hope this one answers that question. Revoked powers cannot be used to update and reissue regulations only in them. So these provisions will allow time for the development of new rules and notices to replace the regulations while removing the ability to make new regulations with revoked powers. I'm hoping that I've answered the member's question in that respect.
Mr Chair.
Deborah Russell, Honourable Deborah Russell.
Mr Chair, I just want to carry on with the concerns about employees. My colleague Arna Williams asked a question about Clause 10, the technical redundancy, and the Minister answered with Clause 9, but I nevertheless think that particular question is answered. I just want to direct the Minister's attention to Clause 11, where the employment of the transferred employee is to be treated as continuous employment. So, and under any act. I'm just wondering about how that's going to work with what we know have been significant concerns around holiday pay and the calculation of holiday pay. So I just want to know if the Minister received any advice about whether the particular entities that have all being merged have got backlogs of issues with holiday pay, which we know exist in many entities, and to what extent that was taken into consideration as to how those backlogs of calculations around holiday pay were to be treated, given that they're all in one entity now, which might have different sets of rules. There's a whole lot of sets of complications there. Did the Minister receive any advice on that? And are there any particular special arrangements having to be made to ensure that employees are not worse off because of back pay, holiday pay calculations that might have differed between the various agencies?
Mr. Chair.
Honourable Minister.
I think I answered that specifically just in the last answer that I gave, which is the extension of provisions under the Public Service Act, and provisions are no less or no more generous.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Aruna Williams.
I understand that my colleague will come back to that question. I'll just ask the Minister quickly, while I'm on my feet, at her new section 13, what I think I've understood her correctly, in that all of the say exemptions or class exemptions remain in place under that provision. What is the situation when the National Action Plan comes into effect? Does the National Action Plan supersede exemptions or notices made by the EPMA, given that they will no longer have a supervisory role under the AML CFT net?
Mr. Chair, this is a transitional section or schedule, so it's effectively what we have in place now for rules stay in place until they are amended. The National Strategy Plan is what we will move to as we go forward, and anything that comes out of that, the guidance will supersede anything that was there before.
Mr. Chair.
Honourable Deborah Russell.
With respect, Minister, you haven't answered my question. I did ask, I agree around the no more, no less, but I asked you if you'd received any advice on that. So as particularly with respect to holiday pay, because it is a vexed issue.
Mr. Chair.
Honourable Minister.
When you're looking at these different organisations, I'm not responsible for them. So in regard to how they do their pay, that would go to their minister, because it would probably, I expect, come out of their budget lines. I am looking in this piece of legislation how we can remove the red tape for New Zealanders and make it work for them, how we can get agencies such as our banks, our real estate agents, our lawyers to be able to operate. The conditions around who's being paid what, if there's a redundancy, if there's not a redundancy. My understanding is that the majority of these people have moved into this particular area. I also understand, and I hope this helps to answer the member's question, that those who have been taken off AML are now into other areas within their department, so there's no need for a redundancy. They've just been moved elsewhere. So my understanding is that the transitional provisions are really just moving from that single, from the three into the single, but details around redundancy I'm not aware of, because as far as I know, there have been no one has been made redundant as a result of this.
Mr. Chair.
Deborah Russell.
Mr. Chair, my question was about holiday pay entitlements and the vexed issues around holiday pay. The Minister has answered around redundancy, so I still want to know if the Minister received any advice relating to whether or not, on particular around holiday pay for the employees who were transferred.
Mr. Chair.
Todd Stevenson.
I move that debate on this question now close.
The question is the debate on this question now closed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kau marima na poti whakahei.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E rima na poti whakahei.
Tāku Te Whereas.
Ko tahi te poti whakahei.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. The question is that part 2 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Schedule 1 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Schedule 2 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Schedule 3 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Members, we come now to our final debate, clauses 1 to 3, the debate on Title, Commencement and Principal Act.
Mr Chair.
Todd Stevenson.
I move the debate on this question now closed.
The question is the debate on this question now closed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 1 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 2 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 3 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I'll report this bill with amendment presently. Thank you, Minister. Thank you. Members, we come now to the Regulatory Systems Transport Amendment Bill. We start with Part 1, which is debate on Clauses 3 to 5, Amendments to Government Roading Powers Act 1989. The question is that Part 1 stand part.
Mr Chair.
Tangi Utakiri.
Kia ora, good morning, Mr Chair. It's a pleasure to ask the Minister and the Chair some questions on this bill. 7 parts, and the way in which the opposition or the Labour Party will be approaching this is for each of the parts, which is actually quite discreet because as a regulatory systems bill, an omnibus bill, this does come to the Parliament from time to time, and so it's quite discreetly managed in that particular sense. Mr Chair, this particular part is seeking to amend the Government Roading Powers Act of 1989, and there are just a couple of changes. One of them is a new power that provides for the agency, in this respect that is the New Zealand Transport Agency, Wakakotahi, to undertake the closure of some of the state highway networks. Now, while I say state highway networks, it's very clear in this bill that it relates to a state highway. So I guess there is a possibility there that if it was perhaps at a junction where there are 2 state highways that are meeting, which is not uncommon in this country, there would still be the provision to close, but that it would relate to the singular highway. So there would need to be 2 forms of approaches there. That's the first question for the ministers, is some clarity around that. At an intersection where safety is deemed as an issue, the intersection relates to if it's just one state highway and then perhaps a local road that comes in on that, the authority to close the state highway would obviously sort of exist. The local controlling authority would have responsibility over the local roading network and could take what steps it wishes to around that. But just some clarity in that space I think would be really, really, really helpful. I think it's also worth hearing from the Minister around what specific circumstances he believes would justify the use of this power. What I think no one would argue with is when there are real and pressing safety needs, that the powers exist for the agencies or whoever they might be to actually take steps to ensure that things are safe for everyone, for other road users, for those that are perhaps responding to an incident. Where the subsection 3 comes in, or subclause 3, which is around the requirement for the agency to basically form a notification process. And that notification must go through to the New Zealand Police, Fire and Emergency New Zealand and relevant ambulance services as soon as practical of any action that's taken, the action to close. So do we infer, Minister, from that when it comes to safety, it relates to an issue that involves the police, fire emergency or ambulatory services? Is it perhaps not the case that, for example, if there was some environmental impact that caused the requirement for a road to be closed, whether there should be a requirement to notify beyond those three sort of statutory components there or not? I guess the other question is whether it's expected that the notification, I get that it says that it needs to happen as soon as practicable of any action taken, but is it the expectation of the Minister that, what drives that practicality? And obviously people do, and agencies do need to be given the tools to be able to make these decisions and these calls pretty promptly and pretty quickly. And certainly, you wouldn't want to see circumstances where they're trying to work through a phone tree in order to, do that before certain things need to happen. But does he have some thoughts around what his expectations are as to when that notification period should kick in?
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable James Meagher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just think in terms of as soon as practicable, that'll be context specific. I think depending on the the emergency that might be occurring or the safety steps that need to be taken, you'd have to judge it on a case-by-case basis. And there's a long, statutory history of what practicable may or may not mean. But I would imagine that as soon as the NZTA are able to contact the relevant emergency services, it might be all three emergency services, it could be, you might be contacting in the normal course of events others beyond that. But I think the situation is that you can't give an answer now. It would be context specific, and I would trust the agency to use their judgment on that case.
Chair.
Thank you,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank the Minister for his response around that. When we're looking at that subclause 1 around the actions that the agency may take, there are three particular actions that the agency may undertake. Firstly, they may stop traffic on a state highway, so that is fine. Second is divert. The third is otherwise control. Just interested in what is the otherwise control? You either stop, you divert, you allow to go. Maybe that is what the otherwise control component is about, but just some clarity around that. And the other question I have is around safeguards. So closing a stretch of New Zealand state highway, and if we think of whether it's State Highway 1, 2 or 3, let's stick with State Highway 1. The main highway that runs from north to south in this country is able to ensure that there is a swift movement of people, freight and others along that. Is really important that that's able to be productive. And certainly what we do here is when the agency is required to undertake some works or what have you, it's not a big chunk of State Highway 1 that gets effectively shut down for an extended period of time, although there are occasions where there are things that happen, weather events more often, where there is a requirement for parts of the State Highway network to be shut down. But what safeguards exist to ensure that the power to close, which is quite a significant power, this is not a circumstance where the police are looking to manage the movement of traffic through perhaps an emergency circumstance where there may have been a crash or something similar like that. This is for the state highway to be closed for a period of time, and that causes significant inconvenience to many people. If we all reflect on holiday periods where the state highway network is extremely busy, where there is some obstacles or barriers to movement, swift movement along the network, that does cause some, yes, frustration, but also these things need to be safe. But in circumstances where alternative routes are required to be taken, that does add significant time. It adds significant cost at the moment where this country is facing a fuel crisis as well. These are the sorts of things that need to be considered. So what safeguards are there in place to ensure that the closure of parts of the state highway network are not done without having sufficient oversight. You know, there is a requirement for the agency to notify those 3 statutory sort of roles there, but there's nothing in here that identifies what that particular threshold is. Yes, it is to do with closing a state highway and for it to be the protection and safety of the public. So, and that could create a whole range of different options within that particular formula. But how can there be some confidence that this is not going to be a power that is utilised freely for reasons other than what is absolutely essential when it comes to safety considerations?
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll run over, not run over, that's not a good term. I'll run through a few of the questions from Tangi Tikiri. Just in terms of the question around some examples of when the power might be used, some of the examples I have been provided would include, I think the things the member referred to, potential risks of landslides, avalanche, bushfires, other severe weather events or disasters. The power here essentially for NZTA is analogous to that power which exists with road controlling authorities that have on their own networks. NZTA doesn't have the equivalent power at the moment, so we'll be providing them with that. In terms of the question around what happens at the intersection of 2 state highways, I think I've got here, but I think the question was around the intersection of state highways and local roads. There will be already pre-existing agreement between local councils and NZTA on the agreed maintenance boundaries between those councils, so I would just encourage and assume they would be working together on that. There was a question around what could control mean, otherwise control traffic, because of course you've got, I'm heading back to first year law here, stop, divert or otherwise control traffic. Now if you wanted to maybe reduce the speed with which traffic goes through a certain area or manage, rather than stop traffic completely or divert them to a completely different road, there's an argument that if you didn't provide the ability to otherwise control, in theory, you know, you could, some clever cookie could argue that you're not allowed to reduce the speed of which going through that road at the time to be able to maybe manage a partial blockage of the road where you're cleaning that up. So that would be where otherwise control comes into that. And then just finally, what guardrails or safeguards exist for, say, the closure of State Highway 1, without giving away my address. I live on State Highway 1, so I'm very interested in the limited closure of State Highway 1, whether that's where I live or around the country. I would just point to the existing safeguards that are provided in both this amendment but in the Land Transport Act generally, which is that the agency can only exercise the power if it considers it appropriate to do so for the protection and safety of the public. And so once that consideration of whether or not the public needs to be protected and kept safe, that power would presumably no longer become available. And I'll get some advice, but possibly there is a longer term ability to close or control state highways that isn't immediately available in times of emergency.
Celia Wade-Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got a couple of questions in part 1, and it's about the notification of closure. And I was just wondering whether it would be useful for the TLA to also, the Territorial Local Authority, also to be included in that list. And the other one is, and maybe I'm not clear on this, but whose responsibility, if any, is it to update the navigation system many people use, which is Google Maps? Will it just get updated because it finds that people are not going that way, or could one be more proactive, especially if it's a planned closure, and actually update Google Maps? I know that they do accept information from the general public, but my understanding is that there are faster ways to update Google Maps by a trusted authority. I mean, if you change the entrance to a rural property to somewhere different, you can update that yourself and they will eventually correct it. But I think there must be a more effective mechanism for local authorities. So I just think that this hasn't quite got into this portion of the 21st century yet. I do have a further question on restrictions on use of motorways, but that's separate.
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
I think there's an open question as to whether or not you would legislate the requirement to update particular technologies, mapping technologies, Google, Apple, whichever map you used. From memory, from experience, it happens quite quickly already. I'd have to probably dig in quite deeply into what the processes are that both territorial authorities and NZTA follows in terms of updating and providing warnings online. I know NZTA provides road closure warnings on its website. I'd have to check the technical details of how those flow through into mapping systems, but it's probably beyond the scope of primary legislation to direct, because of course you could then get into the situation of legislating something happens that is already happening and just providing yet another burden on the agency in a time where they're trying to deal with the issue there and then, which could be a landslide or something similar. In terms of notifying TAs, again, it's a reasonable question to raise. This section essentially limits it to the emergency services in order to allow them knowledge of where they can and can't get to. You know, if they are having to respond to an emergency themselves, knowing that a road is closed and they'll have to take a different route is very important to them. So providing that requirement to notify as soon as practicable is important. And of course, under the normal operating procedures of the agency and road controlling authorities, they would be communicating around road closures anyway. So I don't know if we need to put that in statute, but it's certainly a valid point to raise.
Celia Way-Brown.
And thank you for your responses there. I do look forward to finding out a little bit more about whose responsibility it is, because if you think about those ambulance services, I don't know, but I would imagine they're using the same mapping systems that everybody else is to see whether there are blockages or slowdowns or things like that. So I'm sure that would be worth having a look at. The next clause talks about pedestrians on infrastructure that is designed for pedestrian use and located on the motorway. And I just wanted a little bit more information about checking that pedestrian includes somebody using a mobility scooter or a wheelchair. How often pedestrians and cyclists are literally lumped together in infrastructure. Does this mean infrastructure that's designed for pedestrian only use, or does it include shared use? And when it says located on the motorway, does that mean the road in corridor? Does it mean an overbridge or whatever? I would really like to know a little bit more about that, because pedestrians are not advocated for as often as they should be in the transport system.
Just to revert back to a question around, before from Tangu to get around long-term closures. So under the Transport Vehicular Traffic Road Closure Regulations 1965, agencies must give, you can undertake road closures under that regulation, but you've got to give 42 days notice to the public. So these powers allow the road closure to take place before utilising those pre-existing powers for maybe longer term road closures to fix a substantial issue with the road. So there is pre-existing ability to undertake road closures, just not at short notice. And I'll touch on that question. So.
Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell.
Mr Chair, not having been on that select committee, I haven't had an opportunity to examine this bill. Some thoughts have occurred to me on it now in this committee of the whole House stage. We've all become, alas, too familiar with road closures in recent years, particularly in the impact of weather events and so on. But it has made me think of a particular incident which occurred before children, BC. So it's a long time ago, and I recall my husband and I getting stopped on State Highway 1, and it was actually to do with, I think it was a firearms incident. So it wasn't an NZTA closure, it was clearly a police matter or something like that. So what I wanted to, it was quite legitimate being stopped, there was no problem with it. We could see the reason for it, there was the public safety reason. But what I wanted to ask the Minister, because I don't understand that, is to what extent the powers that are available here now through this bill to NZTA are analogous to the powers that are available to the police to close a state highway, analogous to, I presume, the fire service in some circumstances and so on. So, and then to what extent that those agencies have the reciprocal duty here to notify NZTA and so on. So I'm just looking to see that we've got sort of analogous powers sitting here, because obviously a little bit of consistency in the law is a good thing.
Mr. Chair.
Honourable Minister.
I think one of the issues that we're trying to solve here is that I understand previously the agency has relied on powers under the Policing Act to stop or control roads, and there are I think some clear issues with that it's not necessarily a policing issue that may be maybe needed to control a road, and actually in times of an emergency or to fix a slip, the appropriate power would lie with NZTA. I'm not sure what the reciprocal duties are on the police to notify other authorities. I can probably get some advice on whether or not there are reciprocal duties. But the idea about all this is to try to align it as much as possible. And just to the member Celia Wade-Brown's point along closure notices, I'm advised that closures are published through Transport Agency's official systems, which are then consumed by third-party platforms via intermediaries. That's the member's nodding and understands that, so she's a step ahead of me. But what I understand is that it basically happens all automatically. That they suck the information out of one bucket and put it into another, so that we can all feed it on or read it on our devices to make sure we get the quickest way home.
Dr. Tracy McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister, for those answers. And it's one of those subject matters that you think maybe there's not much in it, or that it doesn't necessarily have lots of nuance, but when you start asking questions and then hearing answers from the Minister, all sorts of other scenarios spring up. I just had a couple of very quick questions, and that is, given what you've said so far, and how that works both in the context of the analogous kind of powers that NZTA would now be having in relation to other organisations, and the types of scenarios or contexts in which that could be used. So if we think of regions where they're absolutely reliant on that single transport corridor, how will impacts on freight and other emergency access be assessed? Probably before exercising this power, unless it was an absolute rigid, emergency situation. And then, Minister, if significant decisions are being made under urgency, which I should imagine they would be if it was to be an emergency situation, is there any requirement for any kind of post-decision review or any subsequent public reporting on the closures that were made? Is that part of the thinking? And that would certainly help flesh out, I think, that picture a bit more fully. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I'll just touch on the question from Celia Wade-Brown, just to round that off around advocacy for pedestrians, particularly wheelchair users. I guess the purpose of this clause is to fix an issue where pedestrians currently aren't allowed to use pedestrian infrastructure within roading corridors. And so a pedestrian could include an individual wheeling a bicycle, but generally if you are on a bicycle, you are entitled to use the roading infrastructure as it is, so they wouldn't be counted as a pedestrian.
Mr. Chair.
Taking you to Kerry.
Thank you. I thank the Minister for his responses. My colleague Dr. McClellan is right. Those responses lead to more questions. Very interesting indeed. Can I just ask the Minister, the agency's requirement to notify the New Zealand Police, Fire Emergency New Zealand and the relevant ambulatory services. When we talk about notification, there are often requirements that need to be taken. So whilst I understand, and I thank the Minister for explaining that, as soon as practicable of any action that's taken under subsection 1, I understand that. But what is the actual sort of notification process? Is it that there's a formalised process where this needs to be in writing? Is it just that there is a conversation, you're having to be talking to a New Zealand police officer who might be, heading down towards the closure of the road and letting them know that's how it is? I mean, how is this information captured? Because you know, when it comes to agencies and notification, there are a whole sort of array of different opportunities that might exist there. But not only that, this also goes to the point that Dr. McClellan has asked around the reporting mechanism, if there is one at all. So, for example, if it's determined that Fire and Emergency New Zealand is the appropriate agency that needs to be notified under this particular clause, is there a requirement for the agency to explain why it is that the stretch of state highway network has been closed and for what period of time? There is nothing in the bill that indicates the requirements around notification. It's just, is it just that the agency simply has to let one of those three parties or agencies know, and that's it? Is there an expectation that they need to, for example, if they contact the agency, if the agency contacts New Zealand Police and tells them on a Tuesday morning that the stretch of state highway is closed, are they expected to indicate that it's going to be closed for 3 days, 10 days, 2 weeks, whatever? Is there a requirement for them to notify the same agency, statutory agency, once the closure is no longer actually in place and the state highway network is fully operational again? Or is it just, as it would appear, that all NZTA need to do is they just need to let one of those agencies know that, yep, we've closed the state highway, but there's nothing further. So just a bit of clarity. There surely must be some expectation about the nature of communication, and I get that you don't want to perhaps be as prescriptive in primary legislation around all the steps that need to be taken, but what can the community expect in circumstances where either New Zealand Police, Fire and Emergency New Zealand or the relevant ambulance services have been informed or notified that there is a closure under this clause? What would that look like?
Mr. Chair, I think the member's last sentence probably captures it. I think it would be difficult to prescribe in too much detail the exact requirements for notification, particularly in a situation where you're looking at an emergency to protect safety and people and the need for flexibility. There are, existing processes for NZTA to communicate and notify other agencies about things that are happening, and I would trust and encourage them to continue those processes. I'll just note for the member and for the public that the requirement under sub 3 is to notify New Zealand Police, Fire and Emergency and the relevant ambulance services. So you'd generate an expectation that all of those services would be notified upon a road closure. So just for the avoidance of doubt there. And I'll try to keep the answers shorter and succinct because I'm wary of creating too much extra work for Mr. Utikuri at this time of the morning. But he did follow up on his colleague's question around post-decision reviews. Wary of getting into a back and forth about judicial review. If people are concerned about decisions made, there is the ultimate review of judicial review. But the government and NZTA, through its own internal business processes, can choose to review internal decision making from time to time as part of their normal business practice. And I would put it in their hands as an operational matter that they would be the best place to determine whether or not they need to undertake reviews of significant decisions based on the context and the impact of those decisions at the time.
Mike Davidson.
Just got some questions in relation, I guess, to also the answers you had for Clause 5 on the Section 82 amendment. And I guess it's in relation because the answers that the Minister was giving was in regards to cycles, which I think is covered from memory in around Section 84 of that Act, where basically they're excluded from motorways unless it's allowed, which has to be obviously stated, where this is actually around pedestrians. And I guess the question's more around wheelchair users, which my understanding are defined as pedestrians, but then it goes further. I think we need to know about people on roller skates, skateboards, scooters and e-scooters, which aren't defined as pedestrians, they're defined as vehicles, and whether they would be excluded from those pedestrian infrastructures, which I think is quite important when we see the amount of people that are now on e-scooters, whether they're actually allowed to go onto these pedestrian infrastructure, when they're defined as vehicles, not pedestrians. So while there was an answer around cycles, there was no actual answer around wheelchair users, which my understanding is that they are pedestrians, but then also people on roller skates, skateboards, e-scooters and scooters, and all those are actually defined as vehicles. So I'm just wondering, what is the ruling on that, and actually will they be restricted from infrastructure that is designed for pedestrians and therefore completely excluded from that motorway corridor?
Mr. Chair, I think we could go down a rabbit hole of finding every kind of box that has wheels that you could get around in public, but for the avoidance of doubt, a wheelchair user is a pedestrian and would be entitled to use the pedestrian infrastructure. Good news for the member, there are changes coming for the usage of things like bicycles for young children and e-scooters to be able to use them on footpaths. So my advice would be any infrastructure which is designed for pedestrian use, albeit a footpath or an overbridge or even a cycleway along a busy road that might be a dual use. You know, along the Ashburton Bridge, you've got a wee bit of a side part to the bridge on State Highway 1 where you can both walk and cycle across, or walk your bicycle across if you so choose to do so, and take into account the beautiful vistas of Mid-Canterbury. So I'd just say take a common sense approach to what counts as a pedestrian, and we'll go from there.
Aotearoa.
To Chair, following on from that point that the Minister has made, the pedestrian sort of aspect, and I get that, but what's captured here in E1 is that the piece of infrastructure is designed for pedestrian use. So there's no requirement for the infrastructure to actually be utilised or used for pedestrian use, but rather just in the design phase. So is it possible that this will capture pieces of infrastructure that initially might be designed for a particular purpose, and actually the operational aspect of the infrastructure is quite different from what it was designed to do?
Madam Chair.
Honourable James Meagher.
I think the member could just analyse the clause and determine if a piece of infrastructure was designed for pedestrian use, it is able to be used by pedestrians when it is located on a motorway. I think the clause speaks for itself. I don't think there's much more technicality needed for that. And just to close it off, there was a question earlier on about do police have a reciprocal duty to also report or to make other agencies aware of road closure. So Policing Act enables police to temporarily close roads if they believe public disorder, danger to the public or serious offence has been committed. There is no legislative requirement for the police to inform other parties. However, they do regularly communicate with Transport Agency and other emergency services, obviously to enable the safe and swift passage of those services.
Mr. Chair.
Madam
Chair, my apologies. Thank you.
Really short, because we're honing in now.
That's fine. Actually, this is just my last question.
Excellent.
Unless the Minister gives an erudite answer that requires further analysis, but he's indicated he's not going to do that. So it's really about the decision when the decision is taken by the agency to close part of a state highway or part of the state highway network. There must surely be some sort of hierarchy or delegation within the agency where that decision is taken. So is it the Minister's expectation, understanding that internal processes will dictate who within the agency can make those determinations, and that there's no issue around some mixed messages in that space?
Honourable James Meagher.
Yes. Okay.
Madam Chair.
The question is that part 1 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. We now come to part 2. Part 2 is the debate on clauses 6 to 60, amendments to Land Transport Act 1998. The question is that part 2 stand part. Honourable James Meagher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll speak to the amendment paper which is before the House now, which makes a number of changes Some of them are quite technical and administrative. This is AP 574, which has, I think, been published online a number of days ago. So it makes a number of technical changes. It also makes some, what I think are substantive changes when it comes to talking about the digital driver's licence provisions in this bill. And essentially what these changes will do is that it will enable, it will recognise existing operational practices to authorise third parties to access driver licence photographs for register maintenance and licence card production. So essentially at the moment, in order for you to get a driver's licence, you have to provide a photo. Normally it's done on site. Then in order for that photo to go physically onto a card, that photo has to be provided to the people who produce the card. Obviously, in order to put the photo on the card, print the card, you get the card, all is well, you've got your licence. Now, in going through the digital version of this, the statute or the new statute, the new amendments to the existing statute, will enable that process for the digital version of this. So an individual's photograph will be able to be provided to the digital driver's licence provider in order to be digitally stuck onto the digital card so that you then digitally have that in your digital wallet. And we're going to be saying digital a lot over the next hour or so, but that essentially is being made, was made clear in the bill as introduced. Now, given that we are maintaining physical driver's licences, and that should be made clear to the public that even if we create the framework for digital licences and we introduce digital licences, the physical licence stays in New Zealand, and every New Zealander has a right to use their physical licence. And so in the same way that we provide the authority for third parties to use the photograph to digitally put on the digital licence, we are also replicating that provision in the physical licence production part of the bill, just to make sure that they are consistent. So that's the main change to that comes through on the AP. The second part of that is that there is a reference currently in the Act to requiring consent to provide your photograph when getting a licence. Now, the view is that that requirement for consent is not required, based on the fact that you cannot get a licence without providing the photograph. So the choice is provide a photograph to get your licence, or don't provide a photograph and choose not to have a licence. That is it's essentially I can't remember the word when it's one choice or the other, a dichotomy. Buy something. It'll be. You have a binary choice, right? You either thank you, Mr. Secretary. You either provide the photo and get the licence, or you don't provide the photo and you don't get the licence. So the requirement to provide consent for a photograph in order to get your licence isn't needed because it's part of the process itself. So we're just removing that unnecessary reference to consent. And ensure the scope of that authorisation is explicit and appropriate. The other amendments in the AP that I'll go through are changing the commencement date, we'll get to entitlement commencement, some savings provisions for maritime regulations to make sure they stay in force, consequential amendments to navigation bylaws, a clarification relating to seafarer employment. Yes, but I understand we're going to be voting on the AP in this part, unless the Chair can correct me.
Yeah, there are multiple, so we will be voting on the amendments as they relate.
As they relate in each part. Okay. Well, I can come to those amendments as they come up in each part. But just to round it off, there is another amendment around seafarer employment agreements and inserting definitions of the information system. Apart from that, I look forward to the very concise short debate on this clause.
Madam Chair, and thanks to the Minister for the explanation around the amendment paper, which I'll come to in a moment. One of I think the most significant changes in this particular part does relate to the ability for an electronic driver's licence to be on the cards. And the Minister, I think, himself has identified that. This is not going to mean that it happens overnight, but it provides the legal ability for an electronic driver's licence to come into being. One of the real concerns that the Select Committee did hear about were privacy considerations and optionality. And so, I mean, I think the Minister has sort of touched on this briefly, but I do think it's nonetheless important to put the question to him, which is what assurance can the public have that that optionality does actually exist? Because there are always circumstances where if you end up wanting to utilise an app for something, that choice comes with particular incentives that really do reward or benefit those that go in that particular avenue, as opposed to those that perhaps get in a line and line up and all of those sorts of things. So what's really important here is that we're talking about a licence that permits anyone in this country to legally drive on New Zealand roads. What guarantee or assurance can he give the community at large that optionality is going to remain, but also that it's going to be treated equally as well? I'm not talking about the privacy stuff, we'll come to that because there are real concerns that have been expressed around that. But my first question is just around the optionality and what assurance a minister can give that, you know, we're not going to get 12, 15 years down the track and suddenly the scrum is screwed in favour of digital as opposed to those that might want to continue with the physical optionality.
Honourable Minister.
Yeah, I think it's worth raising and repeating again that there's nothing in the bill which removes the ability nor the right to have a physical driver's licence. So those in the public who do rely on physical driver's licences or other physical forms of ID actually should be rest assured that they maintain that right. I would need to think of some examples of where there would be a significant impact of, you know, some sort of fast track queue where you might use a digital licence or a digital ID compared to a physical one. You know, I could imagine a lot of people use their driver's licences to prove their age or prove their identification. You know, actually, it is a driver's licence is there to, you know, prove that you have the ability or the legal right to drive a vehicle. But it is used and widely and commonly used as an age verification tool or another identity verification tool. You know, I don't do much clubbing these days. I haven't been to Palmerston North nightlife in quite a while. I am missing out, but there's plenty to do down in Timaru. And so maybe we could go on exchange someday. But if the queues were somehow quite long at the local bar or club in Palmerston North, and there was a bouncer who was physically checking IDs, and there was some sort of fast track pathway where you scanned your digital ID on some sort of digital checking machine, and that released some sort of high-spec, futuristic barrier to allow you into the VIP part of Tangi's nightclub, then you know, I think those are decisions that businesses would make, but I can't envisage much happening in the world where there would be a significant disadvantage to those who have a physical driver's licence or a physical form. So I think that the main takeaway is that there is nothing in this legislation nor in the government's program that jeopardises the ability for people to use their physical driver's licences. There is huge advantage to digital driver's licences, and we spoke about this in the second reading quite a bit. But for example, for those of us who are slightly more absent-minded or who do a lot of travelling and the driver's licence either sits in their pocket or sits in their truck, if you were to absent-mindedly leave your driver's licence in the, I'm not going to say which part of my truck, but let's say a secure area of my truck, and then were to go and need to produce it for some sort of other purpose, not for driving your truck, because obviously it's in there, it would be helpful to have that driver's licence digitally with you for a lot of purposes, including the ability to get a rental vehicle, including the ability to prove your ID in a government agency or wherever it is. So there are huge amounts of benefits to having a digital driver's licence that will come from this framework. But I think any fears around being displaced would be misfounded at this place.
Dr. Tracy McClellan.
Thank you,
I was just
Madam.
going to make the comment that I'd be really grateful if members in the House didn't sort of take advantage of the scope that the first part of that answer to that question became.
Absolutely, Madam Chair.
Let's keep
and my question is a genuine one in response to the Minister's very good response that he's just delivered. It just raises the question to me, and it may be somewhere, but you talked about having a physical licence and therefore also having a digital licence, but I'm assuming you can't have both
but maybe that's an incorrect assumption, because what is there to prevent, therefore, someone using that as a form of identification or a form of ability to lease a car or whatever, and someone else using fraudulently using the physical licence also. So if you've got any thoughts around that basic sort of area, and I can see that you're getting some advice, but any further information on that, I think is part of just making sure that because this is about public confidence, and no matter what happens, any kind of changes, particularly when we're digitising something that well before the age of 15, people start thinking about having their driver's licence. It's quite a momentous and really important part of most adult lives. And so when it's anything that changes what generations have come to expect as normal, will raise some concerns, and there will be members of the public, and rightly so, who will apply a level of scrutiny that might not necessarily apply elsewhere. So anything of that nature would be greatly appreciated to inform this process.
Honourable
Minister.
Madam Chair, there's nothing in the bill that establishes a framework for recognising digital licences that stops you having both. All this bill does is sets up the framework to allow digital licences, driver's licences in particular, to be recognised. We have quite a unique situation, quite a weird situation really, where we can recognise digital driver's licences from other jurisdictions under our existing framework, but not our own. So for example, and the officials can correct me if this one is wrong, but I understand that we can recognise digital licences from New South Wales as being valid forms of identification or driving ability. Or legality, but we can't do it for our own. So this bill establishes the framework to be able to legally do that. There will be further government work to actually implement driver's licences themselves, and then I think there would be good questions as to, if you are to have a driver's licence on a device, how many devices can you have that on? It might be that for security reasons you'd want that only on one device that is accessible only to the person through biometrics or through some sort of security. But of course, the ability for people to steal identification or to share identification with other people for nefarious reasons exists under the current situation, whereby you might have a driver's licence which is lost or stolen, and you have to order a replacement licence. Then all of a sudden you've got two versions of that same licence floating around there. So the ability to have both a physical one and a digital one doesn't necessarily solve that. But in theory, it should make it a heck of a lot more difficult to do, because you would need to have not only control of the physical device where the digital ID exists, but also the ability to access that device. And then there could be a decision made that there is an ability to remotely wipe the identification from that device, so that if it was ever stolen or hacked and made available, it could then not be used in that form. So there are a whole lot of safeguards that can be put in place in the future when actually rolling these out. But for now, the framework put in place simply recognises that we're going to move to a system where we can have digital licences, and regulations and decisions made about what that looks like and how that is done will be made at a later date.
Tangi Utukuri.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks again to the Minister for his answers. I think it's actually a very good response around the ability for potentially a road user or a licensed driver to have both of those, and it might allay some of the issues about leaving physical copies in the truck or wherever that might be. Just want to indicate that Ponsonby Intermediate have arrived in the gallery, and a special shout out to them. But this is really important because the folk who are observing this debate will probably be the beneficiaries of this particular piece of legislation. And for their benefit, we're talking about driver's licences in New Zealand and the ability for them to be electronic driver's licences rather than, once a teacher, always a teacher, rather than having physical licences is the only way forward. So welcome to the Parliament. The question that I have in relation to the amendment paper that the Minister has tabled or has previously circulated, this does relate to clause 55. And it's about the ability for the agency to provide a third party with a copy of the imagery and the data that's stored. But actually it's not the data, it's only the image as we understand it. Now, this is scoped out by allowing for the purpose to be the maintenance, the creation of the driver's licence, etc. But when we start talking about a third party, we really do start to kind of open up the gates a little bit there. So my question for the Minister is, what safeguards are in place to allow for a third party to be considered as appropriate for managing that information? I know the Minister's talked about previously the storing of images and the like. Obviously that is important for an electronic driver's licence to be produced, but are we talking about just one third party, or is it in the sense that it could be more than one third party utilised for that purpose?
Madam Chair.
Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, well, at the risk of getting Mr Aotearoa in trouble for acknowledging those in the gallery, I would also like to welcome anyone who might be here who might benefit from these law changes in the future, particularly those from Ponsonby. And I'd like to say to Mr Aotearoa, so in terms of the amendment paper, all this does is it essentially codifies the existing practice. So the agency already provides photographs to third parties in order to physically produce the cards. NZTA doesn't itself have a large card printing machine or manufacturing facility, as far as I'm aware. They outsource that to specialists who do that kind of stuff, in the same way we do that with a lot of physical assets that the government produces, passports, driver's licences, all these kinds of things. So all the safeguards that are required for determining who should or should not be a third party are those safeguards that already exist within existing procurement policies, contracts, privacy legislation, all of the existing statutory frameworks that apply to the procurement and production of driver's licences will be there as well. And I should note for any aspiring drivers who may or may not be listening today that they will notice that in the windscreen of some of their vehicles that maybe their parents drive, there are little paper stickers that are in the corner, maybe in the top corner or the bottom corner, that tell people that their vehicle has got a current registration or a current warrant of fitness. Actually, no, the warrant's in that corner, a rego, or it's up to speed with its road user charges. Now, this bill also removes the requirement to physically have that little bit of paper in the corner of your window. Now, that might sound a bit weird, to have a little bit of paper that tells people that your car is registered and that you've got the right amount of road user charges on your vehicle in a world where a lot of that stuff is available digitally. But I tell you what, having been on the receiving end of an infringement notice for improperly displaying a bit of paper in the corner of my windscreen and being subject to a $200 fine for that, albeit not of my own making, and I will admit that some issues with the Postal Service to receive that physical bit of paper potentially had cost me $200, and it's nothing to do with that, Mr Aotearoa. For some reason, the little bit of paper could not be delivered to my address, which sits in the middle of Timaru, but I'll go into that with my local, delivery services as to why they could or could not deliver me a tiny bit of paper to put in the corner of my truck. In saying all of that, this is supposed to solve that problem because agencies have access to all that information already. There shouldn't be a need and a subject to a $200 fine for not having a teeny tiny bit of paper in your corner of your windscreen. When you've done all the right thing, you've gotten your truck registered, you've gotten the right number of road user charges, the agencies already have the information. In this day and age, to require an individual to put a tiny bit of paper in the corner of their vehicle and then be subject to upwards of a $200 fine and then further infringements for not paying that fine, we think is outdated and not in keeping with modern practice. So we're going to remove that requirement. If you want to stick a little bit of paper in the corner of your window, feel free to do so, but after this bill passes, you no longer have to do so.
Thank you. Yes, look, we support that. I mean, optionality is important, and we've talked about this, a whole pile of stickers potentially on windscreens. So yeah, look, we support that, no problem at all. One of the issues that I've touched on, I said I would I have signalled, is around the access to private data. So one of the changes that I think is a good change actually, but it relates to the ability for the holder of a driver's licence to provide their mobile number as a way of contact and the like. And I think that is a sensible way. I mean, in select committees across the board at the moment, we're constantly talking about having to update notification processes and it's common practice for email addresses and mobile numbers to be utilised, so no problem with that. But what it does do, Minister, is it introduces into the mix an additional level of personal information that people are handing over and putting into the system. And so when it comes to personal mobile numbers, when it comes to electronic email addresses, how is there some certainty around ensuring that that information is protected? We've talked about the imagery and who can access that, but as we're starting to see an increase, we will under this bill start to see an increase in the number of mobile numbers, the number of email addresses that will be utilised as an identifier or a point of contact, which I accept is a very good move, but that does need to be balanced with the concerns that have been expressed to the Select Committee about privacy of information, the data that's being captured, how is that going to be accessed and how will it be protected from being misused or inappropriately or unauthorised access to it. And for running the risk of hearing from the Minister that, I think the member just then has answered his own question, it may be that, though there are processes and systems in place within the agency that there are expectations around that. But I do think it is reasonable, given that there are some concerns out there around the access to private information and the data being retained and held, new data and new information, how the public can be assured that access to that information is going to be for the appropriate sort of means and won't be unfairly unauthorised or indeed unfairly accessed.
Honourable Minister.
Well, the member may have asked and answered his own question, but I will say the Privacy Act provides some pretty strong protections generally for personal information, and I know the member was I think was in Parliament when they passed the Privacy Act 2020, I'm not too sure, but either way would be aware of the strengthened provisions in the most recent version of the Privacy Act, including increased fines and essentially accountability for agencies that get it wrong when they misuse or mistreat personal information. So there are a range of protections within the Privacy Act. There are a range of protections within the statute that I'll get some further information on. But I would add that digitising driver's licences actually will provide an enhanced level of privacy for people. Yep, you're going to be providing information into a system which is tightly controlled and tightly monitored as to who can use it. But at the same time, you are going to be receiving a whole new range of privacy protections. For example, when we're going to the Palmerston North nightclub and you're handing over your driver's licence, your physical ID to the bouncer, that contains a whole lot of information on that little card beyond just proving that your face matches the age on the licence. Right? There's a whole lot of stuff on that card that you might not want the particular bouncer to know, including, I believe, I don't know if my licence has that, but I'm pretty sure some licences have maybe the physical address of where the individual comes from. It might have their donor status. It might have the driver's licence number itself. Now, if you move to a system where you've got a digital driver's licence and there are checking trusted framework systems in place where you can, through trusted verified apps, maybe the Hospitality NZ might have an app, or maybe there might be a general app where you can simply tag the two phones together in some sort of ID checking process. At that point, the only information that you have transmitted to the bouncer on the door of the nightclub would be that you are of age, that you are the person that is verified to have this identification and you are of age. You're not transmitting any other personal information to that A, to that bouncer individually themselves, or B, to the institution that may hold that information. I think that's actually a huge improvement on protection of privacy. It means that when you're now being asked to provide your identification for purpose A, you're not disclosing a whole range of other information that you might not actually want people to be privy to, particularly strangers. You might not want the bouncer on the door. If you are someone who doesn't want strangers to know where their address is, I think being able to have the ability to provide the precise information that establishment needs without going any further actually has some additional protections for privacy.
Thank you, Minister. I won't comment on the nightlife in Palmerston North. It's been a long time since I've had to.
Yeah, no, we've learned all about that, and we have guests.
Yeah.
We have guests in the gallery.
Yeah, that's right. The Minister has touched on one aspect that hasn't been referred to yet, and it is donor status. So at the moment, the physical copy of the driver's licence can indicate the fact that someone is a donor. Well, it indicates the donor status by choice. We assume that would be the same for a digital or an electronic licence. Now, we are assuming that the access to that clinical information is not going to be, the timely access to that information is not going to be compromised by virtue of the fact that someone has an electronic or a digital driver's licence as opposed to a physical. So first question for the Minister will be just around that. My other question is, and this is sort of picked up in the new clause 21, which introduces a new section after 30U, it's 30UA. This does relate to the immediate suspension of a licence for significant health and safety reasons. And when you go to subclause 3 of that, it talks about the time period or the time upon which the suspension comes into effect. Now, when someone has an electronic or a digital licence, the surrender of that licence is perhaps much more easier to do, as opposed to a physical copy which relies on either the licence, I guess, being taken from someone at the roadside or in circumstances where they are near a law enforcement officer, or it relies on the individual surrendering the physical copy if that's what's needed themselves. So can the Minister just perhaps identify that there is still going to be some consistency around the suspension of a driver's licence, and are there any loopholes if someone has an electronic or digital licence as opposed to a physical one when it comes to the ability to give effect to the suspension? It might be that actually no, I won't share what my views are because it might answer the question. I'll let the Minister answer it.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mentioned before I was going to give some examples around privacy, and I will do that, and I'll address those other two questions as well. So the question before was around requiring mobile numbers for digital driver's licences and the certainty about information being protected. So there are requirements that the information is shared only with the appropriate security protocols in place. The previous government passed a trusted digital framework law, and there are regulations that are in place and can be made around setting conditions and requirements for providers of apps that may be information checking apps and different security classifications, and that's all existing at the moment. So the system is in place for a trusted digital framework, and so the digital driver's licence will work within that kind of framework to ensure that the appropriate security protocols are in place. Data is subject to New Zealand Government protective security requirements, Privacy Act safeguards, NZTA's privacy policies and guidelines, and third parties can only use data to the extent necessary to provide contracted services, must not have transfer, store or make available NZTA data outside New Zealand without written consent, and there are strict contractual obligations to secure accreditation, and there are international standards around that, and also they are regularly audited. So there are a wide range of policies and practices and statutory provisions in place, guardrails to protect data. Just on the donor question, it's a really good question, and we've struggled in our country for many, many years with our donor rates. One of the issues with donor registration is that for a long time, and it is still the case, that even if you have donor status on your driver's licence, it is still up to your loved ones and your families whether or not they give permission for your organs to be shared with others who may need them. And my colleague, Mr McLeod, has a members' bill to help address some of those issues around, what you say you want to do with your organs on your driver's licence should be what happens. But we know there are some ethical complications in there. But putting all that aside, there is a wider issue of accessing that information. Where is that information stored? I don't think the digitisation of driver's licences will change that too much, because whether or not you have to find the individual's personal physical licence, or whether or not you have to access their phone, often these decisions are being made at pace in short periods of time with high levels of stress and emotion around them. So ideally there would be a system which doesn't rely on a physical licence or a digital licence to acknowledge that an individual is a donor and has expressed their wish to be a donor, and that the register of that information is accessible to the appropriate health professionals without them needing to rifle through someone's handbag or find the keys to their truck or try and get into their phone to determine their donor status. So regardless of whether we digitise driver's licences, I think the question of access of information of donors is a wider one to be addressed through both this system but the wider reforms to organ donation. And finally, to the question of are there any potential loopholes in the system around surrendering licences? Well, if there were, I would probably not highlight them immediately in public. I can't think of any, but if there were some loopholes that were brought to our attention that needed to be remedied before the end of the committee stage, we could do so. But as far as I am aware, this sets the framework up to allow those licences to be surrendered, and the process of rolling out driver's licences would provide for that ability to surrender a digital licence in the same way that you could surrender a physical licence. Now, how that is practically is rolled out would be up to, I guess, the agency that is actually providing the digital driver's licence, but there are many jurisdictions overseas who have done that, and I could think of some examples that you could do. It could be an automatic revocation of the licence from the system, removal of authorisation, temporary prevention of access to the particular app that holds that information. There are a whole wide range of things that are beyond this bill and would be for the implementation phase.
Tangi Utikere.
Thank you. And that final point that the Minister's touched on about revocation as an option, is it an opportunity, given that there is an increasing reliance, and this has been introduced through this bill, to have electronic email address identification or indeed mobile numbers for text messaging and the like, that the revocation process could be a little bit actually smoother and enhanced as a result, whereas the revocation can take place in the system and the notification to the person doesn't necessarily rely on the mail system, but instead could be easily kind of sent by way of electronic means or via text message. I mean, there's nothing in the bill around that, but would that provide some equality between having to rely on the fact that someone has to present to the police station or to the local AA or whatever and physically surrender, as opposed to a blanket opportunity to revoke if warranted, and then the notification is a little bit smoother rather than waiting on things to come more slowly?
Madam Chair.
Minister.
Yeah, I think that's right, and there is an irony in having to physically surrender a driver's licence by delivering it to someone without necessarily the ability to do that legally because you can no longer drive. So there's if anything, it should make that process more straightforward and simpler.
The question is that the Minister's amendments to Part 2 set out on AP number 574 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Part 2 as amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. We come now to Part 3. The debate on clauses 61 to 64, amendments to Land Transport Management Act 2003. The question is that Part 3 stand part.
Madam Chair.
Utikere.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to have a look at clause 63. This is about an amendment that allows for people to be paying a toll. And so we'll just sort of delve into this a little bit. So this talks about the name, address and the electronic address or the email address if someone does hold one, and anything that leads to the knowledge as to identification of the person in charge of the vehicle at the time. So this is basically about liability and recouping costs of a toll payment. Of course, we don't have that in the Manawatu because of the toll-free Te Aotearoa. Well, thank you. I'll take that. The issue around photo capture is important because we've talked about the images being captured and into the system. There are, this is a question, are there any circumstances in which that information could be accessed for the purposes of a driver fulfilling other aspects of responsibility for being a driver? So, there's a driver's licence that has an electronic image that's captured. Could that be utilised in any other way digitally to assist with identification for other responsibilities around toll or infringements or anything like that?
Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, just in terms of a general approach to privacy, you can only use personal information for the purpose of which it was collected. Assuming that the collection of the photograph in the first instance has albeit it could be a wide range of purposes, but a limited one, if the collection fell outside of those purposes, then it could not be used for those purposes without explicit authorisation to do so. So the answer depends on whether or not the existing collection of the information does or doesn't allow it, but essentially it's kind of similar to the back and forth we had a while back, in that if the purpose of collecting a photograph is to use it for other means, then that would have to be made explicit at the time of collection. If it's not, then it would be restricted.
Tangi Aotearoa.
When I look at clause 64, this is a little bit unusual because it seeks to validate declarations that had already been made back in time. So this is seeking to basically, it applies to a declaration that a road is a state highway that was made on or after the 1st of August 2008 and before this bill sort of kicks in once Royal Assent is given. So the question really is around the retrospective requirement for validation and why is that necessary and what risk of legal challenges kind of prompted this provision? Madam Chair. Thank you. The Minister's indicated that he's just seeking some advice, so which I do appreciate. As part of that advice, I think what would be quite helpful would be some indication as to an estimate as to how many declarations the Minister believes might actually be made under this provision, because we are talking about actions that may have been taken that, by virtue of this bill being passed, effectively validates either an action taken at the time or declaration made at the time, or retrospectively applying something to a part of the state highway network. So, I mean, we do see this from time to time in legislation where there are, often bespoke requirements where things are fit for purpose and they need to be given effect to. But in terms of passing a law that validates previous actions that had been taken, or maybe even not actions, but just the mere fact that they have been established over time, and now this bill will validate them in some particular form or fashion, it is important to understand that. And if the Minister is in a position, once he's received that advice, it may be, I don't know, that this was something that could have been prevented, or it may be that because of the changes that have been advanced, this is a consequential change that needs to happen to give effect to the status of something after the 1st of August and before 2026.
Madam Chair, I am getting there's a bit of extra information request put into that question, so I'll allow the officials to provide some information if we can. I'm aware that neither Mr. Aotearoa or I were around in 1 August 2008, so probably neither of us know the background to that particular date, but we'll try and get that information as we can. And if there are no other questions in this part, with the Chair's indulgement, I will address it if we did happen to move on to the next part.
I wonder, point of order.
Yeah, point of order.
Madam Chair, I seek leave for us to move to part 4, following which to return to part 3.
Okay, well, we can either return to part 3 or I can allow you to discuss your particular questions around part 3. You do have other questions around part 3?
Actually, no, it's just related to the
Okay,
answers.
so I will allow the answer and the member a follow-up question during part 4 if that is required.
Point of order.
Yes.
That's fine. It's just that it might relate to the vote being taken on part 3 as to whether Labor supports or votes against the part.
Okay. So the member has no more current questions on part 3. I'll just take a little bit of advice here. So if I move on to part 4, if I vote on part, do we delay the vote on part 3? Can we do that?
With the committee, you can do that. We can go on to part 4, complete the votes on part 4, and then we can go back to part 3 and then do the questions.
Okay. So with the leave of committee, I seek approval to move on to part 4. Just suspend part 3 for the moment until we have the answers and then go back to part 3.
No, it's too complicated.
Okay, I don't have approval for that.
I'll continue to take calls.
But I'll go back to what I said originally, is that I will allow the member to traverse some of part 3 and part 2, okay? So,
Madam Chair.
Honourable James Meikle, we may well have the answer.
With the miraculous provision of time and a little bit of creative extension, I have received some information from my officials. So the provision in Clause 64 is intended, it is intended to be retrospective and to remedy a technical error to validate a matter understood and intended to be lawful, and refer to the Legislative Design Advisory Council guidelines about the appropriate use of retrospectivity. It fixes an error with the definition of road in past amendments to the Land Transport Management Act and validates the state highways that have declared since this error happened. The error dates to the repeal of Section 60 of the Government Roading Powers Act in 2008.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the Minister for his answer, and on that basis the Labor Party will be supporting part 3.
Thank you. So the question is that the Minister's amendments to part 3 set out on AP number 574 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Question is that part 3 as amended stand part. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. The ayes have it. We now come to part 4. The debate on clauses 65 to 101, amendments to Maritime Transport Act 1994, including proposed new clause 101A and new schedule 1AA. Question is that part 4 stand part.
Madam Chair.
Kia
ora, Madam Chair. It's great to move into the maritime space now, and we're still waiting for ferries around here, but it's still great to move into the maritime space. The interesting thing with this particular part is it basically seeks to, as I understand it, Minister, bring New Zealand into a space where we are consistent with our international obligations elsewhere around the world. And I think that is a commendable place to be in, and it's a good thing that we are heading, are heading in that particular direction. When we're looking at the statutory duty around entering into seafarer employment agreements, can the Minister just identify what is his perspective on any issues in terms of rolling that out to ensure that it delivers on the outcomes that the government and others are expecting of it?
Madam Chair.
Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, no, I don't see any issues with it. There is an amendment in the AP around this, and I just wanted to clarify the reason for that amendment. So when we look at, oh God, I've got to find it now. Clause 67. So we're going to be replacing seafarer employed to work on the voyage with a slightly more complicated definition, but it'll make sense in a second, with, quote, person on the voyage who is a seafarer within the meaning of paragraph A1 or AI of the definition of that term in section 2.1. Essentially, the intention of this is to capture individuals who are seafarers but who are not employed in the traditional sense, and still provide them with an employment-related agreement, and those are the individuals such as cadets. And I will just refer, sorry, to my previous notes, just so I can get that absolutely crystal clear. So the amendment clarifies that the requirement to enter into a seafarer employment agreement applies to seafarers who are engaged for hire or reward but may not be employed under a typical contract of employment, and that's when those cadets come into play there. So it just provides a little bit of extra protection for our many wonderful cadets, many of which I had the pleasure of engaging with over the weekend at our Anzac Day services, and also who will be the recipients of, I'm sure the member would agree, excellent use of taxpayer investment into seafarer training throughout our country.
Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank the Minister for that, and certainly, that clarity covering cadets and others that might actually fall in that particular category who are not covered by an employment agreement or thereabouts. So certainly are very happy to see that, and the protections also beyond that for seafarers is really important from the Labour Party's perspective as well. How does the Minister anticipate that Maritime New Zealand will be able to continue to monitor and enforce the compliance around recruitment and placement in service and the provisions that will be introduced? Because it's great that we're bringing ourselves up to spec and up to international standards. New Zealand has always been seen as a leader in the maritime space, and so this will continue to kind of underscore the significance and important aspect that brings and that does provide. But how does he anticipate that Maritime New Zealand, who is charged in the regulatory space and delivering a lot of what this will be asking for, and that's no easy feat, how does he expect that they will not just monitor and oversee things, but ensure that the enforcement of these conditions, but also compliance, will follow, that they're able to do exactly that?
Honourable Minister.
Chair, well, the Maritime New Zealand have an incredibly strong reputation with the sector in terms of being a regulator in this space, and having recently taken on some of the WorkSafe responsibilities as well. That's actually been really well received by the sector. I think they appreciate having an agency which deeply understands the ins and outs of seafaring and takes a proactive education first approach to regulation. We are a country that depends very strongly on its maritime sector and on the health and welfare of our seafarers, particularly those who base themselves in and around Timaru at Prime Port, one of the best ports in the country, albeit that we all have excellent ports around New Zealand, including those on our east and west coast. But, I've got very high confidence that Maritime New Zealand can deliver the statutory obligations that they're required to deliver.
Madam Chair. One of the changes that has been made through the Select Committee process is around the maximum penalties. And what obviously is important in any legislation is that where there are provisions that allow for deterrence or for some form of sanction, that they are appropriate. And so the specific changes that have been outlined in this particular bill, for example, if we're looking at 72A, this is around infringement offences relating to navigation bylaws, replacing $1,000 with $3,000 for an individual or $12,000 in any other case. So there are what we would consider appropriate sort of ratcheting up of those infringement levels. What I think is always important, although New Zealand, as we know, can make its own sort of sovereign laws in this country, but if we are looking to be a key player and to be pulling our weight as an international participant in the maritime space, my question is that those sort of infringement levels, how do they compare with other parts of the world to ensure that we are consistent on the international stage?
Honourable Minister.
I think you run into difficulty sometimes when you are looking at infringement offences and penalties and drawing on comparisons to other parts of the world, because of course not everyone in the world operates in the same regulatory and trust environment. So the penalties need to deter poor behaviour in New Zealand might be different to the penalties needed to deter behaviour elsewhere. I think in general the changes that this bill makes in terms of increasing those infringement fees, both to keep up with general inflation over time, but to actually send a strong message that we take our maritime bylaws seriously, is a good one. And I think it's also worth noting that the committee has also recommended to clarify that body corporate infringement fees, which are actually higher to those applying to individuals, can apply to breaches of navigation bylaws. And of course that provides the ability for those infringements and fees to be applied to companies essentially, or organisations, and not just individuals.
Madam Chair.
Kiwi.
Yeah, I thank the Minister for that, because I think the proportionality aspect between individuals and body corps is an important distinction and an important consideration. And so, question to the Minister, there are a number of changes that relate to Section 81. I'm going to come back to Section 80, which are the powers that are given over to the Director of Maritime New Zealand in a moment. But there are a range of infringements or unsavoury acts that might be taken by whether they're body corps or whether they're individuals. And so the ratcheting up of those levels as such are quite significant. When we look at, for example, let's just pick Clause 82. This is Section 65, amended dangerous activity involving ships or maritime products. The sort of thresholds that are going to be changed is replacing 10,000 with 50,000, and in addition to that, replacing 100,000 with $1.5 million. So these are significant changes, and whether the Minister, he's talked about that difference between individuals and body corps, but it'd be interesting to hear from him whether he thinks that the differentials or the thresholds that have been identified there, I'm talking about clauses 81, 82, 83, 84, 85 and 86, are satisfactory. I won't go through the actual offences unless the Minister would like me to go through that. No, he's nodding his head. No, so I won't. I don't think the Chair wants me to either. So you get the drift. So it would be helpful to understand the sort of level of comfort around there, and also those are significant increases in thresholds that have been promoted there as well. One of the interesting aspects is trying to serve as a deterrent, and I agree with the Minister that there needs to be some caution around looking to other jurisdictions, and I accept that. I guess the issue that I'm trying to get to here is if we are serious about being an international player, because our track record certainly indicates that in the maritime space we have always been a world leader, and these changes that sort of align with the reforms of Maritime New Zealand certainly help with that as well. The protections that have been put in place for seafarers absolutely will help in terms of lift how we're seen. But how comfortable is the Minister that, despite the fact that we're not going to delve into different jurisdictions and what they might have as their thresholds, how comfortable is he that actually these are an accurate and adequate reflection of us being taken seriously on the international stage when it comes to maritime responsibilities, considerations and deterrents that may be utilised from time to time?
Madam Chair.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you. Very to highly confident. So the Minister, very confident to highly, somewhere in that range. The penalties are set using the Ministry's effective transport financial penalties policy framework and tool. And now that's a framework which is intended to take a systematic approach to supporting the process for setting more consistent and fit-for-purpose financial penalties, which are the fees and fines imposed by a court for offences across the transport legislation. So the Ministry has a framework tool. It's looked at what the existing penalties were. It's decided that they clearly weren't significant enough to act as an adequate deterrent, and not only a deterrent, but a punishment for wrongdoing. We've got to be clear about this. The best way to avoid being culpable of paying these fines is to not undertake the dangerous behaviour in the first instance. And that's what we're trying to address here. If the member, we don't want to go into all the offences detail by detail, but they are generally safety related, right? They are offences against dangerous activity, unnecessary danger, communicating false information which affects safety. Those are all things that impact the health and well-being and welfare of our seafarers, but also of our maritime space. And so I'm very confident that the Ministry has looked at the existing penalties, has used its framework tool, which I'm sure would incorporate analysis of what equivalent jurisdictions use as well, and has come up with a right figure to put into the legislation to carry us forward into the future. And I would close off on that by just reiterating, I think, what the member said at the outset, which is a lot of what we're doing in the maritime space is to, I guess, meet some of our obligations to agreements that we've committed to in the past. And of course, under our system of law, the only way for us to really meet those obligations is to incorporate them in domestic statute. And so that's the process that we're undertaking now.
Madam Chair.
Thank
you, and I agree with the Minister that we wholeheartedly support the efforts that have been taken to uphold and to signify to the rest of the world that we are serious about maritime matters because they are important, and advancing that through domestic legislation is something that we do support. Minister, I did sort of indicate that I was keen on looking at Clause 80. This is around the powers of investigation of the Director of Maritime New Zealand. And this, I think, is, on the face of it, a really sensible move to allow the Director some suite of powers to investigate a few things when it comes, again, to safety. And one of the, I guess, common themes throughout this bill is that it is about safety. And, you know, whether it's in road and rail, well, we'll get to rail, we haven't got there yet, but in terms of maritime. And so one of the things that we have a look at that this bill does introduce is this amendment that allows for the Director to go about investigating anyone that holds a particular, what's defined as a maritime document. And, you know, again, kind of like a driver's licence, we sort of take from that, this is a document that permits a set of responsibilities, someone who's qualified, and of course qualification is left over to the sector to determine that, but also through regulation. But in a circumstance where the Director has what is reasonable grounds, and that is always a bit of a catch-all, although there is a fundamental sort of baseline there, where the Director has some reasonable grounds to suspect that the holder has failed to comply with any of those requirements in Section 17, it basically hands over to the Director a set of powers to go and do some investigation. And my question for the Minister is whether, well, I think the fact that this section has been introduced does kind of give rise to the fact that, you know, this is what is needed. There is obviously a bit of a gap here at the moment. But is the Minister comfortable? There's no gap there? It just
allows for electronic service.
Sorry? Okay. Well, okay. There needs to be some clarity around that. But I guess, you know, is the Minister comfortable that the reasonable grounds threshold is the appropriate one? I know he has a legal background himself, so he'll be very familiar with this. But in terms of putting this into primary legislation, does he have any concerns? I think it's important to have this power, but that the threshold is at the right level.
Mr. Chair.
James Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the member started by referring to Clause 80, so just for the avoidance of doubt, the summons power, which is in Clause 80 in New 58.3, is pre-existing. This change requires service to be provided electronically. So that's what Clause 80 does. And then in reference to Clause 49, which looks at amending 54A, and apologies, I'm just, there was 5 or 6 different bits of legislation that we had to pull up, so I'm just looking through 54A. We're replacing existing 54A1BI, which has the threshold of evidence there is belief. So BI currently says believes that the maritime document holder has failed to comply with any conditions of a maritime document. The new I says has reasonable grounds to suspect that the maritime document holder has failed to comply with any of the requirements in section 17. Now, my very limited legal experience and knowledge would lead me to conclude that the test for reasonable grounds to suspect is a lower threshold than belief. Belief has a slightly higher threshold because you'd have to demonstrate, actual belief or the reasonable grounds that belief exists, whatever the test behind that is. I can't quite recall where I'm sitting in first or second year law at the moment. But by lowering that threshold to has reasonable grounds to suspect, it just allows the director that additional ground to more easily undertake investigations, particularly in an environment or an area where perhaps the document's being held by some mariners or maritime entities aren't quite as readily available or consistent or up to date as what they might be in some other parts of our legal framework. So that's what that change in 79 does.
Mr. Chair. Oh, kia ora, Mr. Chair. Thanks to the Minister for that. Is he? It's an interesting analysis of the belief vis-à-vis the reasonable grounds. Does he think that that there's anything that's needed in addition to that, or is it more around the ability for the director themselves to land on a particular space where they think actually that reasonable grounds threshold has been met?
Sorry, repeat the last bit, which is really
sorry. Sure. Is he comfortable that, I guess, as worded, that's all that's needed, or is there a requirement to have any additional guidance for the director in exercising their mind as to whether or not that threshold has been met?
Yeah, I think, Mr. Chair, I think in statute that's all that's required, and I'm sure that Maritime New Zealand, when executing these powers, will take the appropriate internal advice or legal advice as to what the appropriate steps would be.
Dr. Tracy McCullum.
And thank you, Minister. Speaking of that, and the that clause 80, which, as you said, requires electronic summons, and then looking at the subsequent clauses and the changes made to them, how does that expansion of electronic service and that notification mechanism, improve access to justice, I suppose, for seafarers or for operators in practice? What were the sort of considerations? I mean, I suppose it's a twofold question. The electronic summons in and itself raises a new set of considerations, but it wouldn't have been done, I presume, without good reason, and that would be to make the system more efficient somehow. Can you just provide some more details about how the ability to use that electronic summons, how that would improve the system, and were there any fish hooks, were there any considerations during that process that have kind of highlighted, I'm sorry, I'm distracted by what sounds like to be some sort of singing. Were there any fish hooks or any considerations? We know that the electronic notification in other justice contexts have proven not to be as simple and straightforward as they might seem on the surface, so a little bit more information would be great.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is essentially just a modernisation of the summons part of the statute, in the sense that there is an argument that if you don't explicitly allow for electronic summons, then any attempt to do so would be declared invalid, and so would prevent the administration of justice, or in this case the investigation of the director. So it is in essence just a modernisation of the existing system to bring it in line with other systems. The member's right to bring up these issues, or any time we try to digitise or make something electronic, the same issues tend to pop up over and over again. But we have I think now quite a long history of how electronic summons, electronic service works, particularly in New Zealand, particularly in or I was going to say a land-based context, but I guess in a maritime context, perhaps the ability to do electronic summons or service would be even more important, because you may need to provide that to a ship en route to, between port A and port B, and physically providing that at the time may be quite difficult in order to access it. So it is essentially just a modernisation process, and I haven't had any issues drawn to my attention that would cause me any concern.
Madam Chair, can I turn to clause 92.4? This is an interpretation amendment, and often, although interpretation clauses are very, very important, they can often be quite benign as well. But this one is seeking to ensure that what's captured there is the various declarations made around international conventions, protocols or agreements that New Zealand as a country may enter into. So I'm just curious to understand from the Minister because that will already be contained, the ability for New Zealand to be recognised as a party to different things that it agrees to through the appropriate mechanisms will already be captured. So just trying to understand what is the Minister seeking to ensure that's clarified as a result of that particular subclause.
Mr. Chair, the intention of this one is to ensure that once a convention is declared by Order in Council under the MTA, subsequent amendments to which New Zealand is a party, so subsequent amendments to the convention of which New Zealand is a party, are automatically included without requiring further orders in council. So it's basically saying that where we sign up to one of these conventions, which are quite specific actually, the conventions must relate to protecting the marine environment from pollution, and we must already be a party to the convention. If there are amendments to the convention in future, which presumably we must agree with, they will be automatically included rather than have to go back through the cabinet process.
The question is that the Minister's amendment to Part 4 set out on amendment paper number 574 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Part 4 as amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. We now come to Part 5. Part 5 is the debate on clauses 102 to 112. Amendments to Railways Act 2005. The question is that Part 5 stand part.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, the committee comes to rail, and what's been really interesting is members of the Transport Infrastructure Select Committee have become acquainted with the Transport Investigation and Accident Commission. The Transport Accident Investigation Commission. And so what this part is seeking to do is to tidy up and I guess clarify some of those aspects around safety, a lot of the driving forces around safety and who takes care of what. That naturally asks the question around, well, how do we ensure that there's no duplication of things being done when it comes to actions taken under this particular Act. The register of licences, all of those sorts of things, again, we're talking about the electronic address. This is a consistent theme that the Minister's kind of indicated. I assume his responses will carry over into this part and subsequent parts as well. But my first question is, when we're talking about things like the preparation of a safety improvement plan that's cited under clause 107, the new 1A, those are things that the experts turn their mind to. A lot of people often think they're experts, but actually this is a very discrete piece of work, and the work that those individuals do, they're highly qualified, they have their particular focus, which is important. But my first question to the Minister is, what safeguards or protections are in place to ensure that there is no duplication of things? I mean, if we're looking at in a parallel, in a sort of NZTA sort of context, all of that investigatory powers generally happens under the New Zealand Police. Yes, there are subsets under that, but they're still under the New Zealand Police. In terms of railway incidents or accidents that might be investigated or thereabouts, there is the provision for appointments of an inspector under section 72X, but how are we making sure, how is the government ensuring that there is no duplication of services, particularly when there are multiple agencies who might be involved in a particular incident? If we think about a rail incident that might involve coastal elements, that could foreseebly involve Maritime New Zealand, if we have parts of the state highway network that are involved because it's near a bridge, I don't know, these sorts of things. How is there an ability to avoid duplication?
Well, the avoidance of giving some intrepid law professor inspiration to create some sort of nightmare fact scenario where a train crosses a bridge and collides with a boat and causing an oil spill which causes a heavy vehicle to slide across a road, and then you've all of a sudden got a confluence of various agencies investigating a number of accidents. I think the core issue is probably well put. We have a number of different agencies that investigate and inspect a number of different parts of our transport system. And when it comes to the Transport Accident Investigation Commission, their role in this process is not a fault-finding role. It is a role to investigate what happened, to investigate what went wrong, and to investigate what could be improved in the system. And so the Transport Accident Investigation Commission, or TAKE as I'll refer to them, take an overall, I guess, kind of stewardship role in looking at, putting aside the finding of fault and looking at exactly what happened and what could be improved to stop that happening again. And actually, I'd encourage any member who's interested in this area to go and look at TAKE's reports that they do on accidents. They're incredibly well written, they're incredibly straightforward. They are, dare I say it, in plain English, and they do a really good job at highlighting exactly what went wrong. Now, there are also other agencies whose role it is to investigate accidents and to perhaps find fault and to perhaps look at whether or not further enforcement action needs to take part. And there is always going to be a sense of crossover in those spaces because some of those agencies will be asking for the same kinds of information from the same kinds of people. In the case of TAKE, there's some incredibly good work being undertaken with the use of AI to help streamline that process, whether that is looking through decades of previous reports to find similar fact scenarios and to provide some insight into the outcomes for those, helping to produce reports that are obviously always finalised by a human eye, but some of the work that TAKE's doing in that space to really rapidly reduce the amount of time it takes to undertake an investigation, to do a report, gives them capacity and scope to do more investigations and more reports. And I guess that what leads me to is the question that the member raised was that what guarantees can we say that there won't be duplication in these processes? Well, the best we can do is to try and define clearly what the roles of each of those agencies are, and when there is overlap in the information gathering process, perhaps encourage them to work together as much as possible to reduce the impact of, sometimes an individual who is the victim of an accident or involved in an accident having to be interviewed by 3 different agencies. Being able to use that information and share that information across agencies would be a good thing to do. I think in this case, the member referred specifically to 107, the rail investigation powers, and I'll just clarify for the avoidance of doubt that this particular clause, the change required, is you are already able to provide a safety improvement plan. This is just clarifying that issuing an improvement notice under Clause 110, which is a new section, won't prevent the ability to provide or to require a participant to prepare a safety improvement plan. But the suite of changes here is to essentially give rail investigation the same kinds of powers that we have in land transport in order to issue non-disturbance orders, to preserve a scene, to provide information, just so that when we are undertaking investigations into rail incidents, which sadly there are far too many in our country, we can do so with assurances that we're going to have the best available fact situation to determine a result.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the Minister, in that scenario he painted of a rail, car, ferry, bridge, well, there's no possibility of that happening because this is a government that cancelled the ferries, rail-enabled ferries, so that's not a predicament. Nicola Willis wanted to send that by text. Anyhow, I do agree with the Minister on one thing, and that is the Transport Accident Investigation Commission. They do some fantastic work, And one of the things that I hope the Minister will be aware of is in the Select Committee's report back to the House on another matter, and this just touches on this, there is some concern about what happens with the recommendations that they actually do present, because at the moment they kind of get laid on the table and there's no momentum behind it. So I'm pleased to hear that the Minister has indicated the value of that commission, and we certainly agree that there needs to be some weight around that, so that when they're doing things like this, investigations that they will undertake under this particular bill, that the possibility of future repeats are lessened as a result of something actually happening with the reports. I want to ask the Minister about these new powers, because they are new powers around entry and opportunity to inspect and all of those sorts of things. You know, there are homes, there are marae all around the country. How can there be some certainty or guarantee that, you know, homes and marae are kind of, you balance that with the rights of and opportunities to be able to get the information that's needed. Often we come across this from time to time, where the search and surveillance sort of requirements, and I note that this is a bill that does actually amend parts of the Search and Surveillance Act as well of 2012. How was there those new powers that are balanced against the private property rights of homes, or indeed communal rights of marae? Because many of, actually, if we freakishly have a look at a number of the sort of incidents that happen around the country, they are very close to these sorts of sort of places and locales. So how are these new powers, which are important, but how are they balanced against the rights of folk going about their daily business?
Honourable James Maker. Yeah, this was 72D, and I know the committee made some recommendations of changes just to make it crystal clear that the powers that are being talked about here are limited to places that apply to those, well, that are places who are, let me restart. The powers to enter vehicles, buildings or places only applies to those owned by rail personnel or used in rail activities, and limit the scope of the power. And for the avoidance of doubt, those powers are to be used only for the purpose of carrying out an investigation of a rail accident or incident. So built into the statute are some guardrails and some limits as to the kinds of premises that can be searched under the statute. There are also the wider protections provided in the Bill of Rights Act in terms of when you interpret those provisions, you are supposed to interpret them in a rights-consistent way, regardless of what people think about how the Bill of Rights Act should or shouldn't be applied. The protection against unreasonable search and surveillance is contained within that piece of legislation as well, which would also apply here. In terms of specific application to places like marae or communally owned or inhabited properties, you would have to, again, take it on a case-by-case basis and apply the powers that are available under law to those places, with the underlying fact remaining that the powers are serious powers to be used, and they are to be used to investigate very serious rail accidents with the idea of finding fault or culpability and preventing these things from happening in the first instance or ever again, and also providing accountability to those who may have caused those accidents. So there is an important purpose and reason for doing this. Those powers won't be used lightly and can't be used lightly under the statute, with the wider protections of search and surveillance. And also you've got, even further than that, general common law protections around privacy and around unreasonable search as well. So I think those three things combined should give the member assurance that they're only to be used in specific circumstances, and a wider commentary on whether or not they generally protect places like marae or other communally inhabited places would have to be looked at depending on the fact scenario.
Dr. Tracy McKillop.
Thank you, and thank you, Minister. Couple of quick questions that may, at the offset, sound like they're not connected, but they're certainly connected in my mind. So hear me out. When the Minister was providing that answer, it kind of struck me, and this may not. It struck me as in, does this only apply to the network that's owned by KiwiRail? I was thinking about smaller operators when we were talking earlier about the increase in penalties and making sure that therefore normally when that happens that there's a proportionate, there's an overview of making sure that the compliance burdens are proportionate to smaller operators. And listening to the Minister just provide that answer, I suddenly thought perhaps I'm barking up the wrong tree in terms of assuming that there are smaller operators. I know that there's certainly mainland, a couple of things in the South Island, but that points me to the wider question, does this only apply to the network as owned by KiwiRail? But more importantly, my question before I was distracted by that thought was with the additional exercising these enhanced powers, so to speak, what sort of training and oversight mechanisms does the Minister envision, or has the Minister had discussions about, that will apply to so that to enable inspectors to be able to do that enhanced work more, to be able to do that enhanced work full stop, but to be able to do so in with the degree of skills and the level of expertise that will make the difference between having a piece of legislation on paper and the implementation of it actually work. So any information around that, or the advice that the Minister has received in that direction. And in that vein also, whilst we talk about these changes as being sort of modernisation or technical changes, or a chance through an omnibus bill to improve a system, what sort of evidence shows that they will actually improve safety outcomes? Because that's the gist of all of these changes in this part. Then more so than just simply adding an additional layer of process. So thank you. That was one weird question at the beginning that may have just been in my mind, and a specific question about those extra skills and whatever kind of resourcing or training needs to go into making that possible.
Chair. To address the weird question, no, it's not just KiwiRail, it's all rail participants and rail personnel. So you may have those small spurs that do go into a bit of private land which would be subject to these investigation powers. I'll just touch on the final point around private premises in Marae that were raised before. I'll point members to clause 72, I think it was 72H, or is it actually, give me one sec.
Power of entry?
Yeah, it's the power of entry. I'll find the clause as I am ruffling through my notes. But essentially, you will only be able to go into private premises or marae with consent of the owner or a warrant. It's 72E, is actually one of the things. So you actually will need the consent or a warrant to do so. So it's not just the application of these search and surveillance powers. You actually have to get a warrant if you don't have consent to enter. And then in and around the question around training and oversight, the Land Transport Agency, they already undertake these investigations for land transport purposes, for roading network purposes. So there are training systems in place for their investigators, and it would just be an extension of that to, I guess, members of the same team, or maybe a particular team to investigate for rail as well. I can't think of, there may be some situations about rail that would make it, you might have some specific different type of training, but the equivalent powers exist in other areas, so it would just be an extension of that program. And in terms of analysis on whether or not this will improve safety, I understand there's some analysis in the RIS if the member is interested.
Mr. Chair.
Thank
you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to the Minister for that. Obviously, the warrant powers are important because that that means that there is a rationalisation process that the issuing officer needs to turn their mind to before determining that there is justification to, kind of enter private property, homes, marae and the like. Just got one more question for me on this at the moment, which is in relation to 72F. This is the notice of entry. And this is about a circumstance where the inspector seeks to enter the place, the vehicle, the building, does so, needs to make some effort to locate the person who's in charge, is unable to do so, and as a result of that is then required to leave some information behind. Now, there seems to be a very base level of information, which is the identity of the inspector, the electronic address or email for the inspector, the date and time of entry and the reasons for entering. There's an additional one there to the electronic address, which is and any other contact information the inspector wishes to provide. So that is, I assume that is optional. It could be a telephone number, I guess, it could be whatever. But is it that, you know, just the email address as sufficient? And is the additional context there so that the inspector could think about what is warranted and what is not, given the circumstances of the entry?
Do you want to get on the board, James Baker? Do you want to answer that?
I think I'm going to do it.
Point of order, David McLeod.
I seek leave for the committee to pause its consideration of this bill, move on to consider the Ngāti Hei Claim Settlement Bill, and then resume consideration of the Regulatory Systems Transport Amendment Bill once it has concluded its consideration of the Ngāti Hei Claims Settlement Bill.
Is there any objection to that motion? Leave is granted. I'm just going to do a bit of a swap around. Kia ora, Minister. Members, we now turn to the Ngāti Hei Claims Settlement Bill. We begin with the debate on Part 1. Part 1, this is the debate on clauses 3 to 21, preliminary matters, historical account, acknowledgement and apology, and settlement of historical claims. The question is that Part 1 stand part. No takers. The question is that the Minister's amendment to Part 1 set out on amendment paper number 577 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Part 1 as amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Members, we may now come to Part 2. Part 2, this is the debate on clauses 22 to 136, cultural redress and schedules 1 to 3. The question is that Part 2 stand part. Everyone seems okay with that. Yeah. The question is that the Minister's amendment to Part 2 set out on amendment paper number 577 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Part 2 as amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Members, we now come to Part 3. Part 3, this is the debate on clauses 137 to 160, commercial redress. The question is that Part 3 stand part. The question is that the Minister's amendments to Part 3 set out on amendment paper number 577 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Part 3 as amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Members, we now come to Part 4. Part 4, this is the debate of clauses 161 to 163, the amendments to other legislation. The question is that Part 4 stand part. The question is that the Minister's amendment to Part 4 set out on amendment paper number 577 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Part 4 as amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Schedule 1. The question is that the Minister's amendment to Schedule 1 set out on amendment paper number 577 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Schedule 1 as amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Schedule 2. The question is that Schedule 2 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Schedule 3. The question is that Schedule 3 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Members, we now come to our final debate, clauses 1 and 2. This is the debate on clauses 1 and 2, title and commencement. Arena Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A very brief call on the title of this bill. Being the only opportunity we have to give a general call and to ask the Minister more generally about the policy of this bill. People who are watching may be confused about why we can move so fast in a bill like this, but it is a reason to celebrate and a reason to commemorate every passage of every treaty bill. And this one is significant. Ngāti Hei are part of the overlapping and collective settlements that exist within their rohe, but they are their own significant part of it, with interests extending around the Coromandel area and Hotwater Beach. Just invite the Minister to reflect on the significance of this bill and the importance of what we have just been through, which is a committee stage moving quickly because everyone in the House agrees with it. I will not get an opportunity to take a call at the third reading, and so can I also congratulate those people who have worked tirelessly to come to not only those collective settlements for the rohe in the Marituahu claim settlements, but also for this iwi in its own right to stand on its own 2 feet and to have a settlement which will be significant not only to the generations now who get to witness the passage of this bill, but for all of their uri in the future. It is an important part of the country, a beautiful part of the country. They are its kaitiaki, and may we wish them the best for the passage of this beautiful bill.
Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously it is a very exciting prospect that this stage that we're at is a sort of a technical phase, and we've had the first reading some years ago, and we're looking forward to the final third reading of this settlement bill for Ngāti Hei coming soon. And as is mentioned, Ngāti Hei, an iwi that trace their origins to Kupe and to Aotearoa, Waka, and on the eastern seaboard of the Coromandel between Onimana and Whangapaua, and out into the islands. And so this is a settlement that is part of the broader Hauraki claims. There's about 12 different settlements across the Hauraki that we're working our way through, and so this is a very exciting prospect that we'll be looking to conclude in the next few weeks.
The question is that clause 1 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 2 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I will report this bill with amendment presently.
He gets all the easy jobs.
Okay, and so we're back to where we were before with the Regulatory Systems Transport Amendment Bill, where we are on discussing Part 5. I think. Yes, Part 5. You may have an answer. Do you remember or no? Any other questions? No. The question is that the Minister's amendment to Part 5 set out on amendment paper number 574 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Part 5 is amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. We now come to Part 6. Part 6, this is the debate on clauses 113 to 115, Amendments to Road User Charges Act 2012. The question is that Part 6 stand part. Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
I'm very excited to make a contribution on this important bill. Just in terms of Part 6 and in Clause 115, which amends Schedule 2, there's obviously a transition going on between post and other methods of informing citizens of what's going on in their relationship with government. And I guess there's two aspects to my question. One is this adoption of the term in Clause 4A. Notice is sent by post and is treated as having been given at the time the notice would have been delivered in the ordinary course of the post. And that suggests that there is an ordinary course of the post. But the fact of the matter is that letters put in our dear old New Zealand post boxes now can sometimes arrive in 3 days, sometimes 10, and sometimes, sadly, not at all. And I was just interested to know why the decision wasn't made to give a clear date, because that is actually a sliding scale. The worse New Zealand Post gets, the longer ordinary course will be. And we've seen New Zealand Post closures, around the country recently, and they have over time been rolling back deliveries to households and extending out what ordinary course is. It used to be pretty much next day in the same city, and now I think it's something like 5 days. So interested to know what ordinary course of post actually means. And the other thing, again, in terms of providing information or giving notices, whatever you want to call it, to citizens, I see that electronic notification is there, but it seems to be, and I'm just going to invite the Minister to kind of explain exactly what this is, because it's not just by an email, for example, saying, your road user charges have been updated or have expired or whatever the case might be, but it's by access to some sort of portal, it appears. This is 115, Schedule 2, Clause 1, CA, sending an electronic notification to the person that states where they can access the notice electronically, which seems to be an odd leap. Why not just tell them, this is notifying you of the fact, rather than saying, click on this link to go to this portal to enter your details to get the information that I could have given you anyway. So, and it does seem that you can't actually, you can't just email them, like sending them a letter. You've now got to, well, at least if you're using CA, by having this portal. Is that why have we got this system of clicking on a link through, and what exactly is meant by it, and is this something we're moving to immediately, or is this just kind of a belts and braces in case we want to go down that road? Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Honourable James Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to address the member's first point, the wording in 4A is a repeat of the wording in the existing sub 4 of Schedule 2. All the amendments do is repeat that wording in and around ordinary course of post and then add on the electronic service provisions. So the existing requirements for ordinary course of the post are already in the legislation, and it will of course depend on where you live, rural addresses, etc. So it's not appropriate to put specific number of days in the schedule. In terms of the second point around is this belts and braces, I would think that yeah, it is belts and braces. I can imagine a world where your electronic notice doesn't come by way of email with a PDF attached. It could come by way of a notification through an NZTA app or some sort of application where you get a notification that you've got a here's the receipt to your road user charges bill that you've just paid online. It can be accessed in your wallet or here or there. So I think that just provides a couple of options for electronic delivery to be undertaken. I think at some course, whether that's in the near future or distant future, all of these issues around electronic service, and I know there is guidance and there is legislation existing for electronic service, will have to be probably updated across the board to take account of new ways of delivering notifications and service and updates. But for this one, the thrust behind it is just to make it easier for people to receive notifications of their road user charges having been paid, and combined with the ability to no longer have to put that little sticker, or that little, it's not even a sticker, it doesn't have any stick on it, it's just a bit of paper in the front of your vehicle, to move to a more modern system. So I would agree that with the idea that it's a bit of belts and braces and a bit of future proofing.
Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one final question. Just this in terms of notifications, And I'm now looking at 115 sub 4B. And it's always a tricky one when you're using an electronic communication and you press send and the bundle of information passes through a series of systems. Because once it gets out of, say, NZTA's system, it will then go into a internet service provider's system. And whilst these systems are extremely reliable, they're not perfect. And there are instances where it gets into an internet service provider system and then it just disappears. Some error occurs and it never gets further. Why in this legislation and in this clause has the Minister decided to have a rule which says that the thing is delivered when it leaves NZTA rather than when it arrives at the recipient's system? So if you think of it in the New Zealand Post example, it's deemed to be delivered as soon as it goes in the post box, even if the letter is lost and never arrives at the address, because in fact that person won't be notified. But this seems to say, well, you are notified, you're deemed notified as soon as we push send on our computer, even though it never arrives in your inbox or other app or whatever it might be. So I just would be interested in the Minister's comments on that, and I see that there's some advice coming his way, so that would be useful to understand.
Mr. Chair. Well, I think the intention is to be analogous to physical mail, in that NZTA doesn't confirm that the letter is received by the individual, because it's not practical to do so. It deems it being received, as the member pointed out before, at the time at which it would have been delivered in the ordinary course of mail. And having been on the receiving end of a registration notice which should have been received by my person and wasn't received by one way or the other, and then the implications of failing to put that little bit of paper in my front windscreen were felt firsthand. So I've got lived experience of what happens when you don't receive the particular bit of paper in time. But I can say to all of those out there who are worried that enforcement agencies are very sympathetic to explaining the reasons behind failure to display tiny bits of paper in the front windscreen of your car. And if you explain the reasons behind that, about the difficulty in receiving said bit of paper, they are generally more than happy to waive the particular infringement notice. Although I suspect if it became a repeated pattern, they may not be so sympathetic.
Dan Bidwell.
I move the debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote's been called. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauma rima ngā poti whakahe.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes opposed.
Takuta Ferris.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. The question is that the Minister's amendment to Part 6, set out on amendment paper number 574, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Part 6, as amended, stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. We now come to Part 7. Part 7, this is the debate on clauses 116 to 227, miscellaneous amendments and related amendments to other legislation and schedules 1 to 4. The question is that Part 7 stand part.
Mr. Chair.
Tangi te kere.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair. These are sort of the catch-all provisions in this particular part. where there are quite a few of them. A number of them relate to airports. This is sort of the first time that aviation, I'm sure the Minister will approve, has sort of made an entry into this regulatory systems transport bill, given his interest in that area. When we're looking at the provisions that relate to the various airports that are identified there, the first question for the Minister is just the rationale around the sort of policy change. I know it's meant to be to provide some consistency in terms of operation, and also actually tweaking some, as I understand it, some sort of oversights when the previous legislation was making its way through. Now that naturally bodes the question to the Minister around, how can we make sure that this can be future-proofed to ensure that these sorts of things don't have to wait until a regulatory standards bill makes its way through the Parliament. And I guess, when it comes to the various airports, they might be quite discreet in that particular sense. But in relation to Section 120, which leads to the new Schedule 1 for Auckland Airport, we are talking about a number of airports that are strategically of significant importance to the transportation system within this country. And so my first question is that policy rationale for aligning the airport companies' provisions with what was at the time a sense of older sort of frameworks. It is going to be retrospective in terms of the change there for Section 4, subsection 7. But what I guess was the operational or legal risk if these changes were not going to be validated, because effectively that's what it's doing. It's retrospectively validating what was an earlier course of action to allow the functionality of the airport, the two airports, Auckland under Schedule 1 and Wellington under Schedule 2. We're talking about the period upon which it's come into force will be 5th of April of last year, so well over 12 months ago. So that's the first question for the Minister.
Honourable James Baker.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I think it's worth just explaining some of the background to this fix. So clause 119, which is one the member's referring to, it corrects a numbering error which unintentionally disapplied sections of the Civil Aviation Act 2023 when it was brought into force, I assume around 2023. Those sections contained a power that they require, or the airports require, in order to set charges for aerodrome activities, along with other powers that were never intended to be excluded. I'm advised that error has had no practical and won't have any practical effect until such time as, for example, Auckland Airport wishes to deal with land or is registered as an airport operator. So it hasn't had any impact to date. However, the ability to tidy that, I'm sure, unintentional error which happens from time to time when legislation is passed can be remedied through this bill, and the reason for applying it retrospectively is just to make sure that that error is effectively corrected from the date on which it was introduced by the Civil Aviation Act 2023, which was 5 April 25.
Tony Utikere.
The Minister for that clarity. A number of airports around the country have interest that is effectively owned by the local authority and councils around the country. That is quite a common approach for airport companies, certainly in New Zealand. Given the sort of the changes to both Schedule 1 and Schedule 2, well actually they are both changes to Schedule 1, but they appear as Schedule 1 and Schedule 2, which kind of does beg the question, why could you not just put both of them into one schedule? But that was not my question, the initial question I was seeking to ask the Minister. It's actually around the level of consultation that was taken with particularly local authorities in leading to this point or getting to this particular change. Many of them, as we know, are shareholding or controlling authorities, and so it is important to understand what that is before I move on to Schedule 3.
Mr Chair.
Honourable James Baker.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I think I'd have to direct that question to the drafting wizards who know more about legislative design in this case than I do. But I'm sure there was very good rationale as to why we needed to have a new Schedule 1 as well as updating Schedule 2. 2 to reflect the insertion of Schedule 1. I'm sure there'll be some distinction about having to have separate subject matters in different schedules that smarter people than I can explain.
Mr. Chair. Thank you. I'll move on to Schedule 3. This is back in the maritime space, and this again relates to the provision of international conventions and obligations or treaties that New Zealand as a country does kind of sign up to. As I've said previously, Minister, we certainly support those. It's important that New Zealand is not just pulling its weight, but seen to be compliant and consistent in terms of our international obligations. When the government seeks to insert, or the Parliament seeks to insert a provision that basically says, well, moving forward, if there are any changes to conventions that New Zealand as a country is a party to, we'll basically just insert them. This is the mechanism to insert that opportunity. There is, I guess, a practical question around the ability of the Parliament to scrutinise that opportunity. So my first question to the Minister is, how does the proposed new schedule, as outlined in Schedule 3 in the bill, how does that aid or support the ability for parliamentary scrutiny when various conventions are being considered and adhered to?
Mr. Chair. Honourable James Baker. So the intention behind this Schedule 3 is, as the member pointed out, to make it a more streamlined process for conventions that New Zealand A, are a party to, and B, or have become a party to the amendment or revision before or after the Amendment Act come into force. So essentially it's to allow for a smoother transition of amendments to conventions that New Zealand is already a party to and has already agreed to implement in its statute books, and presumably has also agreed to amend as a party to that convention to be incorporated automatically. Now, there will be processes by which the Parliament can scrutinise that. I'm sure FADAC could open a briefing on a particular amendment to a convention to have a look at what the amendment did.
It's not automatic,
I would take some advice from maybe members of the Regulations Review Committee as to whether or not such incorporation, because it's done under the original, my understanding would be the original convention. There was a previous debate we had in a previous part around this very provision where it was implemented by Order in Council, and so rather than having to go back through the Order in Council process again, you could do it automatically. So I'd have to take some advice from the likes of the Regulations Review Committee as to whether or not that could be scrutinised through their process and whether or not that could be a disallowable instrument, I think might be the term, but I'd have to get some more clarification on that. Of course, Parliament is its own is the master of its own destiny, and if it so decided that it didn't like that particular convention being implemented as part of its domestic law, then it could itself choose to legislate against that particular provision from being implemented. I'm not sure whether that's best international practice, but Parliament ultimately retains that sovereign power to do so.
The question is that Part 7 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
I recommend that you put the schedules don't have any debate. They're attached to the parts we've already debated, so I recommend putting questions on the schedules.
I will put the questions to new Schedule 1AA, Schedule 1, Schedule 2 and Schedule 3 and Schedule 4 together. And the question is that those schedules stand part. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Look at that.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair. Point of order.
Point of order to Honourable James Baker.
Mr. Chair, I seek leave for the questions around clauses 1 and 2 to be put immediately.
Leavers.
Apologies, Mr. Chairman. The Minister can't seek the limited time for reporting progress is set by the standing order.
Apologies to the Minister. The time for reporting back is set by standing orders and not by the House. So unfortunately,
another
we can't do
submission
that.
to the committee.
The time has come for me to report progress to the House.
This is why they pay you the big bucks, Mr. Picker.
Thank you, Minister.
The House is resumed.
Madam Speaker, the committee has considered the Local Government Auckland Council Transport Governance Amendment Bills and reports it with amendment. The committee has also considered the Anti-Money Laundering and Countering Financing of Terrorism Amendment Bill and reports that it has made progress on the bill with amendment. The committee has also considered the Anti-Money Laundering and Countering Financing of Terrorism Supervisor Levy and Other Matters Amendment Bill and reports it with amendment. The committee has also considered the Regulatory Systems Transport Amendment Bill and reports that it has made progress on the bill. The committee has also considered the Ngāti Hei Claim Settlement Bill and reports it with amendment. The committee has also considered the Building and Construction Sector Self-Certification of Plumbers and Drain Layers Amendment Bill and reports that it has made no progress on the bill. Madam Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The question is that the report be adopted. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The Local Government Auckland Council Transport Governance Amendment Bill, the Anti-Money Laundering and Countering Financing of Terrorism Amendment Bill, the Anti-Money Laundering and Countering Financing of Terrorism Supervisor Levy and Other Matters Amendment Bill, the Ngāti Hei Claim Settlement Bill are set down for third reading next sitting day. The Regulatory Systems Transport Amendment Bill and the Building and Construction Centre Self-Certification by Plumbers and Drain Layers Amendment Bill are set down for further consideration in committee next sitting day. The House stands adjourned until 2 p.m. today.